Good morning once again. My name is Prathamesh. I am from Jigsaw Technologies. I work as a full stack developer. Coming to when I don't work, I enjoy cycling, running. Even though my physique doesn't resemble to that, what I'm saying, but don't worry, I generally do that. Apart from this, I write poetry and solve Rubik cube. If anyone is there who also solves Rubik cube, let's meet and try it out. So I officially announce that we are about to start our KCD. So please have a huge round of applause for each one of you here. You can shout, you can clap, you can do whatever you want today. Thank you so much. I would like to also thank all of our sponsors. Please have a huge round of applause for all of our sponsors. So before we start, I would be calling upon a person who is being instrumental in spreading awareness about open source technology, CNCF. He's running CNCF Hyderabad community very actively. He's someone who has been driving force of KCD. Can anyone guess who is that person? Atul. So this is how he is famous. So please give a big hand to Atul Priya as I welcome him on the stage.
Okay. Check. Now I'm audible. Yeah. This exactly, reminds me of how a typical college or a school setup used to be. When you're there on the stage for the final time, the light goes off or the video, doesn't come up. So I'm sure all of you would have been in some situation. Most of the time, I have been on that side when such situations happen. But unfortunately, today I'm at this side, getting things sorted here. So just give me a moment and we'll try to get this thing out. Figure this out. Anyways, so नहीं इसमें डिटेक्ट
Till the time things are getting settled, for those who have come right now, please look into your registration kit that you have got. You can go through agenda. You can see booth tracker. You have to visit each booth of sponsors and get it stamped. And there is a chance for you to win big with that. So I come from Maharashtra. So I came here in Hyderabad 2 years back. I was a little afraid with how I can talk with the people around because mostly dominant language is Telugu. So any guesses what first thing I have learned in Telugu here? Naku Telugu Radu. That was the first thing I learned. And that is really helping me whenever I go to any vendor or ask them to give me something. For example, they say, I do whatever they say. So during that time, I just say Nako Telugu Radu, and I can see smile on their face. That truly illuminate my heart whenever I go out and see. And when it comes to Hyderabad, I think Hyderabad is truly inclusive city, which is accommodating all sorts of people here. So those who are Hyderabadis and non-Hyderabadis, please give a big round of applause for yourself for being here. And those who are non-Hyderabadis, that Hyderabad is accommodating and inclusive. Meanwhile, as it will be getting settled up soon, how many of you are interested in different talks today? So go through agenda, and I will be coming to you discussing about which talk particularly you would like to attend today. Just go through agenda. Those who are facing any production issues, please hang tight.
Yeah, I think let them figure that issue, because that's again something that we are never taught in college, right? You are taught about programming, you are taught about networking, you are taught about database, but you are never taught about getting all these things done, right? So I think let's leave it on the experts. Let them figure that out. So sorry for the delayed start. Apologize for that. And first of all, a huge welcome to all of you to the city of Nizams, the land of biryani. And just like Kubernetes orchestrates containers, today we are trying to orchestrate learning and collaboration through this event. I'm Atul Priya Sharma. I am a senior developer advocate at InfraCloud Technologies. I'm also a CNCF ambassador and one of the co-organizers for KCD Hyderabad. Now, the first time I was introduced to Kubernetes was about 3 years back. And it was interestingly during an interview. So when I was interviewing, I was tasked with an assignment to containerize an application. And at that point in time, a container for me or Docker for me was a big blue whale. The only thing I knew about Docker was it is something that is blue. It has a whale in between. That's the only thing I knew about what Docker was, right? So when the interviewer asked me that, hey, you need to containerize it, and I was like, can you give me a couple of days? Let me just figure this out. So I quickly Googled and I came across a video, zero to hero containers or Docker, zero to hero for Dockers. And it was a video by Tech World with Nana. So I went through it, spent a couple of hours. I got an idea of what containers are. I Dockerized it, created the application, submitted it. And luckily I cleared the interview and I'm here. So as and when I started learning more about Kubernetes and the entire cloud native landscape, one of the things that I got introduced to was the community. So in the 10 years of my journey in the IT industry, I was never part of any technical community until 3 years ago. Everything I did was in college, and I had absolutely no idea what things existed and how things work. Cool. So I think this is done. Yeah. So interestingly, the first ever event a tech event that I attended was in this very room. I was sitting over there, and the event was on cloud computing. It was a Google Cloud Developer Meetup, and Janki Ram was giving a keynote over here. And for me personally, this event, speaking here today, is a complete circle. From starting as an attendee there as my first tech meetup to coming here and being a part of the organizing team at KCD Hyderabad. So when I came to know about the Google community, I also realized that there should be a cloud native community as well. So I Googled and I realized, yes, there was a community. Rather, there is a community. So a community that was started by Vineet in 2019 was fairly flourishing. We were doing meetups, and then COVID happened. And when it was COVID time, everything took a backseat. Everything from in-person became virtual. So the community did a lot of virtual events during the COVID era. And that's when I reached out to them that, hey, how can I be a part of this community? And the first meetup that happened after COVID, I was a part of that meetup. And I interacted with the organizers and I was like, hey, how do I contribute to be a part of this community? So I started with volunteering engagements. So I used to stand at the entry gates, welcoming guests, and then slowly and steadily taking up a talk, talking about Docker, talking about a couple of things, and then eventually becoming organizers for the group. So what you see here is the deck that we present on every meetup. So any of you who have attended any of the previous CNCF Hyderabad meetups, I'm sure you are familiar with this screen because this is how we start the presentation, start the meetups. So this is a brief overview of how the community has grown in the last 1 year, that is the post-COVID era. Interestingly, in 2023, beginning around January, we were just about 60, 65 members in the community. And last night I checked, we are about 1,200 people in the community, and that's a massive number that we have. We have also done around 10 in-person meetups in the last year. So on an average, you can say one meetup every month. So we do meetups on the last weekend of every month. So a lot of people know about it. And here's a picture of one of our biggest meetups that we did. This was on around observability, and we had about 275 in-person attendees, not registration. So this was a massive event that we did in February. Now, a lot of us are part of communities, and a lot of us have attended a lot of events, a lot of KCDs as well. And that's when we realized that the community in Hyderabad is growing, and we need to do something big, something bigger, because we had attended KCDs in other cities. And even the community members were reaching out to us and asking, hey, why doesn't Hyderabad have a KCD? You know, KCD Mumbai was there, KCD Bangalore was there, KCD Chennai was there. Why the hell Hyderabad is not there? So that's when Vinny took up the mantle, and he reached out to CNCF that, hey, we want to do a KCD Hyderabad. So we started this exercise. We notified CNCF in about May 2023. So it's been just above a year, and there has been rigorous inputs that have been gone from our side, from the CNCF side. A lot of back and forth in making this event a success, or rather, eventually this thing happening today. Now, while we were doing all of these exercises, we were not aware of how the event would be perceived by the community, because this was the first time we were doing it. And trust me, it left all of us speechless. We were all surprised in terms of the turnout that the event saw. So I'm sure a lot of you would have seen this image on Twitter and LinkedIn that we had posted. We had got 182 CFPs that were submitted. And this by far is the largest number of CFPs submitted on an average for the first KCD anywhere. So this is a big feat that we achieved for KCD Hyderabad. And for a lot of you who are here, or a lot of you who would be watching this video later on, if your talk is not selected here, one of the major reason would be this, because the entire day we talks, and when you get 180 inputs, it becomes really difficult. So we had formed an external panel of architects, senior architects, solution architects, all experts to help us choose the talks here. So the second thing that happened was the tickets going out. I think this again is a post that all of you saw, and we joked that if Golconda Fort allowed us to host an event in Golconda Fort, we would have probably moved from T Hub to Golconda Fort to accommodate the number of people, right? So 2 weeks or about 3 weeks before the event, we had to shut down the tickets because of the venue restrictions that we had. And I know a lot of people reached out to a lot of us in terms of that, hey, can we get passes? Can we get something? And I was like, even if I want to give, I cannot give because there is no place in this venue. So this is a learning for us. Probably next time, if this happens, we would try to make it bigger. So today's agenda is, I'm sure all of you have got your pamphlets with the agenda, so you know what's happening. We are running a little delayed, but we'll ensure that everything falls in place. So one of the things that we would request you all to do is attend as many sessions as you can, because that's a great way to learn about various technologies. We have a good mix of introductory talks. We have a good mix of intermediate talks. Talks around DevOps, talks around Gen AI, talks around WASM, security, supply chain, so on and so forth. So make sure you attend those sessions. And also we would be running a contest here. So anyone who is attending sessions, please click photos of the sessions, post them on Twitter, tag KCD Hyderabad, hashtag KCD Hyderabad, and we would be giving out 5 exam vouchers for CK and CKAD, with each voucher being worth $400. So make sure that you try to attend sessions, tag us, and you could win a certification voucher. Secondly, this event wouldn't have been possible without our sponsors. So I cannot thank our sponsors enough. We have NPCI, Devtron, Prodivance, Manage Engine, Dragonfly, Grafana, Loft, Utho, RazorOps, and Trust One. Because while I have been one of the organizers here, I know being a sponsor and deciding to sponsor an event is a critical decision, and especially for an event that is happening for the first time. if there's an event that has happened for a few years, they know the event is successful, or they have some metrics to judge whether they want to sponsor the event or not. But thank you to all the sponsors for entrusting us and believing in the community that this is what which is going to be exciting, and a lot of people will turn up. So once again, thanks to all the sponsors for making KCD Hyderabad a success. So they have their booths set up outside. So 11:30, please, the booths should be open. Go to the booths, see what exciting things they are doing, interact with them, learn what's happening in their part of the world. They might have some interactive stuff. Interact with them. I'm sure in your kits you would have received a booth attendee pass. So that's again a contest that we are running. So make sure you visit all the booths, get it stamped, put it in a box, and 5 people would be receiving some interesting goodies as well. So yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to cover, before I hand over to the to Prathamesh to take over things. In simple, you attend these sessions, you network as much as you can, meet people, because your your interaction with anyone, you don't know how it will lead to something groundbreaking, some groundbreaking collaboration in the future. Also, Hyderabad is not Hyderabad without biryani, and that was the first thing that I was in charge of, being the explorer in chief for KCD. One of the things that I took on my agenda was, yaar, biryani achhi honi chahiye, because I know a lot of people are coming here are not from Hyderabad, and there have to be a biryani because Hyderabad is associated with biryani. So we have. Thank you so much for the chair. So we have delicious biryani outside, during lunch. So please savor it. That will give you a taste of Hyderabad. We also sent out a list of things to do in Hyderabad. Check out that list if you are here over the weekend. Go out, explore the city as well. It's a great city. You'll have a great time. And lastly, yeah, do all these things and make the first KCD Hyderabad a great successful event. And once again, thank you so much for being here. I'll be roaming around, looking forward to interacting with you during the day. Thank you so much. Now, before I leave the stage, I want a video of us making KCD Hyderabad. So I'll just record a video which will probably mute it sometime, or it will remain in my hard disk. I don't know. So can we just help me do that? So I'll say 1, 2, 3, and I want all of us to say KCD Hyderabad. Okay? 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much, Atul Priya, for this insightful and inspiring session. You have truly spread across the air of positivity in our hall. So thank you so much once again. Now it's time to move forward with our session and agenda. For that, we have a prominent personality. But before that, don't uh, whenever you possible, just click the photos and post it in Twitter or LinkedIn or any of our Instagram channels. So don't forget to tag KCD Hyderabad there. Moving on, we have a prominent person who will be who has a management professional with 20 years of payment and real banking experience, excellent knowledge of digital payments as business models. He has managed critical engagements and programs across region. He is none other than, please help me welcome Vishal, CTO of NPCI, on the stage.
Uh, Good morning, all of you. Uh, I think this is unlike Hyderabad, right? I don't expect early morning, summit to start at 9:30. And I was really surprised when I came. It it was a great deal for me to come in so early. I was here by 9:15, and when I saw the crowd here, I was like really amazed. Uh, and I think it was a very easy decision for us to actually sponsor this event. Uh, I've been like working in Hyderabad at NPCA for the last 5 years, and this was my ask. I said, why don't we have an open source community event at Hyderabad? And when the opportunity came, it was like no brainer for us. Yeah. Uh, so I think I think having this open source community event is something that I always wanted, and I think I brought this up many times with T-Hub and others also, where we said we need to do this. So I think it wasn't a surprise, and I'm very glad. I think this participation by all of you, I think really inspires us, and I think it tells us that we are in the right direction. We really need to come together, learn together, and I think this transformation that we are seeing, the technology, is really really amazing. So I think today I would just like to touch upon NPCI journey on the open source and how we have gone about. I'll not spend too much time on the numbers and what we do, sort of thing. I think uh, that's for the business community to know. But from a technology perspective, I just want to leave few things. Today NPCI runs all the retail payments in the country, including UPI, the Unified Payment Interface. We clocked about 14 billion last month, 14 billion transactions, business transactions. These are only approved ones. Uh, so I think coming to background from a history perspective, we started in about 2008. Until about 2016, no one knew us. We were we were supposed to be what we were doing. We were a B2B company running the payments clearinghouse, and then UPI happened, and UPI brought us to the limelight. And I think one of the key reasons why you know we sort of got this prominence also is the fact that when we saw the adoption of UPI, right? You know, we uh, we sort of felt, from a clearinghouse, we need to move to a different role. And I think, with the scale that we were seeing, and I think around when we designed UPI, while I think the product was very very innovative, the platform was very innovative, it obviously added a lot of value to the customer, right? I think there's a delta phi difference between IMPS and UPI. But I think one of the core principles that changed with UPI for us is adoption of UPI, adoption of open source. And I'm not sure how many of you know, UPI is completely on open source. The database, the messaging, the languages. We don't have a single licensed product running on UPI. And this is true across NPCR now. We don't have, all of our products have moved to open source except the CTS, the check truncation system, where we don't see a lot of growth. So we don't want to invest. So I think when we took this decision, I think we felt, our role is not just to, switching the transaction, but, how do we build the technology competency to learn to, actually run open source, run open source without, uh, you know, without any difficulty. It should be a straightforward process, right? So I think there has been various, and if you can see the launches that happened after 16, till 14 we were like, one or two in a year. But if you look at 16 and after that, I think we have been at a constant innovation speed, and I think it is going higher and higher, right? So we have launched so many features, many milestones that we have done. And I think a critical contributor to our success has been open source community. Just a scale. So we do about, at a peak time in UPI, we do about 15,000 transactions per second, which translates to about 150,000 requests, API requests that happen. And if you compare that, this is a platform that we run. I think the searches is about 100K. We do, by the 4 countries, we have about 2.5 billion transactions, top 4 countries, whereas we do about 14 billion only in UPI. And the world population is 7.8. I think it's a great story, but we are still about 15% of digital penetration in the country, from a payments perspective. So we can still say that we have a lot to achieve. And more importantly, our ambition at this point, I hope it's not my phone. Sorry. And about 2017-18, when UPI was still in the early days, we had a vision. We had a vision that we want to be a company running UPI at 1 billion a day. We are half there. I think we are close to about 500 million at this point. So that was the vision we saw, and we were ready with a billion a day architecture about 2020. We were ready with a billion a day architecture. And today we are working towards 10 billion a day architecture. So overall UPI we have done. We are re-architecting to actually support 10 billion a day. And I think that's going to happen very soon. So billion will reach maybe in a couple of years, but even a 10 billion a day, we should be, I think, there in about 5 years. So that's the opportunity at hand that we have. Uh, and I think, as I said, a complete open source shop. Uh, this is on UPI and all the technology that we use. We also have our AI stack as well as our DLT stack. We are primarily working on Hyperledger, but if you can look at all this software that we are working, all the applications that we are working, these are all open source that we are working on. Just a quick glance. So we were not like this when we started. So we were in about 10 to 15. We were all in a licensed products. We were more of a RFP. The team used to do RFPs, select the vendors and then let them run the systems, implement the systems and run it. And we saw the challenges with that. We saw the challenges in terms of, you know, we were not able to control our destiny. We were completely, uh, dependent on the vendors, and vendors had their own priorities. And right or wrong, right? India wasn't, I would say, the market that was giving a lot of revenue, and NPCI wasn't. We were always uh, looking at L1 as an option, right? So we had a lot of challenges in delivery. And that's where I think we sort of felt this is not going to help us. We have to move to, we need to take our destiny in our control. And that's where we moved into the adoption of open source. About 16 to 20, 15 to 20, we moved and very consciously took a decision. It wasn't an easy decision because things were running fine. We were not having too many challenges, but obviously we were not able to grow at the rate that we want. Every time we used to say, vendor has to come back and give the timelines. So I think that sort of we felt we were not able to, control or manage our destiny. And we took open source technology and we started working on IP creations and platform approach. And I think this is what actually led to the success of UPI. And about 21 to, still now also, we have also moved into deep tech technologies, the AIML, DeFi technologies, and have become a contributor towards the open source technology. We have now, I think T2, who's is architect at NPCI, will talk about the Falcon that we have built, which is implementation of HLF for any use case, and we have open source that model to the community. So he will talk about and do a live demo on what we have done there, right? So I think it's been the journey for us where a great learning, uh, and I think it called for us to actually move from a clearinghouse sort of a regulator role to actually a deep tech sort of entity, because we didn't have a choice. We really didn't have a choice because to manage the scale and to we used to have downtimes, in 17, 18, and the whole country depended on us, right? We cannot afford a downtime, right? And whatever we did, it wasn't possible without we building that capability and the expertise in house, and obviously working with the partners to get that done. We also have built the systems now where we are not just active, we are active. So we run UPI from 3 sites, and all 3 sites can take all the peak load from a single site. So we keep doing these experiments. We are completely, Kubernetes, complete adoption, bare metal, and we don't run our systems on any cloud because of the regulatory nature of the products that we run. We have our own in-house data center uh, operating from 3 sites, that we have built. So many of us can actually, you can see the office here in Nanakramguda is a data center that we have. The first floor is a complete data center. And the second and third is we have about 600 people working from there. All working on AI, ML, and blockchain and UPI technologies. And we also have a small set up the platform engineering team, which is running the systems. So that's, and we run in Chennai, and Chennai, we have 2 sites, again, our own data center that we have. I think, as I said, this is what we have, while the UPI and the payment technologies, payment systems generate the transactions, we also have our own platform that we have built again from open source. We were on a Hadoop shop, which used to take care of our data warehouse requirements and modeling requirements. We have now again moved and built our own platform. This is on Flink and MinIO as the storage, and Superset as the front-end access tool. So again, completely open source, our own system that we have built. We're a heavy Kafka user. All our systems real-time send the data to other ancillary systems based on Kafka. And even with banks, we communicate. We have also built for RBI, we have built the CBDC systems, which is completely on DLT technology. I think a lot of these technologies has really helped us, and I think these are some of the data. I think one of the key component that we have is we don't have time. So the transaction has to go back to the consumer in a couple of seconds. So we also we have built a fraud model, which actually responds into 10 milliseconds with a score. And we are able to detect about 60% of the fraudulent attempts and decline them with a very good false positive ratio of about 1:20. So compared to the 14 billion transactions, we are able to handle most of the frauds. I know there are a lot of news talking about frauds happening on UPI. It is true, but we have actually curbed all the technology related aspects of the fraud, which is the SIM swapping, all those things. But I think the only challenge that we have is on the social engineering. And obviously, I look forward to all your inputs if we can have a forum to see how we can actually work on it. We have obviously built about 25 child models, which actually works on various modus operandi and then declines the transactions. But any other inputs, any way we can actually make it better, I think the views are always welcome. So I think I talked about, I think this is, why open source. It's basically our code, our way. We didn't want to be dependent on anyone. And I think when we actually do any product, anything for India, I think the scale is immense. And if you want to build systems for at a population scale, citizen scale like India, I think you cannot afford a licensed products. You have to build systems that can scale and scale at a reasonable cost, right? Obviously, kitna chalta hai, that question keeps coming, right? So we also have that. So when I remember when I started with NPCN way back in 17, we were, roughly about, our cost has come down. We have actually reduced our cost by about 1/6. If you were charging about 50 paisa at that time, we are now charging about 10 paisa or something like that. So I think while the scale and everything has helped, and we have done heavy investments in our data centers, in all the new technologies, building deep tech capabilities, which has been very, very costly. So I think that's one point I want to say. It's, these are not easy competencies to build, right? I mean, to getting all these experts, all this expertise in-house is not easy. It takes a lot of investments, but I think in the end, it's worth it. It's definitely worth investing in your capabilities, working, and not be dependent on someone where you might have a lock-in or have challenges in delivery. I think I don't want to touch too much, but I think what open source has helped us is on the innovation. I think it creates that culture within the team, which actually lets us, challenge ourselves. We remember, like as I said, 1 billion a day was a very, very difficult goal for us to achieve. But when we achieved that and we were comfortable and we know that we are reaching about half of the target, we have a couple of years more to go. We felt no, this is not good enough. Let's get to the 10 billion a day, which is not maybe very far away, and we need to be there, right? So I think this innovation cycles that we are doing, the changes that we are doing. And I think a lot of times we are actually taking the changes that could be done at a bank side at a central level, so that not everyone needs to do or invest in this. So I think this is a big help for us, where I think the innovation and the agility that we have got with open source has been very, 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 very good. And it really helped everyone in the ecosystem. I think a lot of banks and other entities will not realize, but the open source adoption has helped us to actually make the changes very fast. And we now realize that getting that change done at a bank is not going to happen in the next couple of years. So why don't we actually do that? Uh, so this is a whole engineering team that we have. We have the transaction processing platforms, and as I said, we have also moved into a platform model. And we don't really look at a lot of our engineering teams as the product teams now. Uh, so we have the transaction processing, we have infrastructure, we have the distributed systems. Observability and monitoring is a very, very critical component that we have been working on, because I think it's very important to get those factors, saying where is the problem, and maybe get it early rather than after things go wrong. So whether it's infrastructure, whether it's can you come up next? Uh, and I think while we do all this, security infosec is of critical importance from our perspective. Yeah. Just one more slide. I think as I said, I think the whole team has changed. Again, we are instead of looking at a very specific application development, these are the roles that we have, mostly looking at full stack developers. I remember we had difficulty in working with finding the Go developers a few years back. Now we are looking at how do we train them to work on Rust, because I think the technology needs that now. We can't be working on just one technology. Also IT ops, it's very important. And I think this part, the leaders part, is very, very critical, and actually get their hands dirty. I think so. Whoever wants to be a specialist track, wants to contribute only through technology and code, wants to keep doing coding, we look at that as a structure, and we actually encourage those sort of leaders in the team. I think this has been the approach. I think this public good. So as I said, whatever we build, we don't want really take any IP sort of model here. There's nothing that is restrictive here. So it's for the public. Obviously, look at deep tech, and and also look at how this can be utilized by everyone in the ecosystem. So that's primarily what has been our journey. I think how we have come from a consumer to contributor for open source community. Thanks a lot. I know I've overshoot the time, but looking forward, I think this is a great start. I would really encourage that we should have more and more of these events, and NPCI will always be supporting and make the Hyderabad as a destination for open source is what I would say. Thank you all.
Now we request Kapil to give away the mementos to our speaker. Please have a huge round of applause for Vishal. Thank you so much for these insights. Your passion for technology shines through your talk, and it's clear why you are a leader in this field. Now, moving on, we have Sarath from Managed Engineering Company. He's senior technical consultant. He will be enlightening us on topic unleashing the power of full stack monitoring in Kubernetes. He's specialized in cloud infrastructure and various tools with experience in constructing reliable and efficient infrastructure. With this, have a huge round of applause for Sarath. Over to you, Sarath.
Very good morning to everyone who's present here. Thank you so much for taking your time to come here and make this event a very good one. So myself, Sharath, I'm from Site 24/7. It is a part of Manage Engine and a division of Zoho Corporation. Today, we'll be talking about unleashing the power of full stack monitoring in a Kubernetes environment. To begin with, so most of us who are here, or you have been following how the Kubernetes growth has been, the K8 environment has been, what the market share has been. So I have a couple of graphs here which I have taken from the market research analysis. So we are able to see that in 2022 from 1.8 billion, now in 2030, in the near future, it's going to be around 7.8 billion is US dollars is what the Kubernetes market is going to grow to. So over 50% of Fortune 500 companies already embrace the K8 environment, Kubernetes environment, and also SMBs are also having a fair share of it. They have around 78% of the companies have already embraced Kubernetes environment. Along with which, so right now we have around 92% of the total market share, and 2.5 commits have been made in GitHub already. So here you'll be able to see, in the not very long back, we used to be stuck with monolithic architecture where we'll be having an application hosted on one server, and this single host will need to be we'll be monitoring it. But however, it has been a very huge challenge for all of us to keep it running in a single host. So if something goes wrong, the entire host needs to be looked into, and there was a high downtime, and we had to put in more effort to keep the system running. Later, we moved to microservices where different resources can be run in different services, microservices. So you'll have the freedom to go ahead and work on particular microservice if something goes wrong. But however, now we have moved to Kubernetes environment where we will have the control plane in the master node and you'll have the worker nodes. If something goes wrong, we have the automatic respawn mechanism, which will be very helpful for us to keep the entire system running. So we'll be able to cater to any of our end customers and we'll be able to keep the performance going. What are the benefits of containers and in the Kubernetes environment is that it'll be the portability, scalability, and we'll be able to push updates if required. We can use the same image to spawn any new amount of pods or nodes. It'll be self-balancing and also self-healing, which is the most important. Now, even though embracing Kubernetes will help us solve the known issues that we had in the past, but it is still a challenge for us to solve the issues which are yet unknown. So everything has its own pros and cons, right? So the challenges created by Kubernetes is that the very short span of running time that Kubernetes resource has. So it runs, if something fails, it respawns automatically, even though you have the event logs, but it's still kind of hard for any engineer to troubleshoot the issues that happen in a Kubernetes environment. If you consider any large infrastructure, so for example, in the second or third slide, we were talking about how Fortune 500 companies have started using Kubernetes. So if in such an environment with a huge production infrastructure on UAD infrastructure, so the amount of data that is being populated and collected is way huge. So all these data will be in an unprocessed manner. We will not be able to easily understand what's going on. So that is where we have to make it process the data and make it easily consumable. Monitoring for the Kubernetes is that, as we saw already, when it comes to monolithic architecture, it was very simple, yet very problematic. So we had the application, the host or server in which it was deployed. So these are the two things that we have to monitor. It's more of the known knowns that we have to monitor, like CPU utilization, memory, etc., whatever the key attributes that we had. But now in cloud native architecture, so there are a lot of things that we have to consider. So that is where observability steps in. So you'll have a lot of known unknowns, unknown unknowns as well. So you'll have to monitor, like the host by default. The entire K8 platform needs to be monitored, the containers, microservices. And apart from this, the traces and everything, so whatever API calls is being made, everything needs to be monitored for the full entire ecosystem to, be sustainable. Here we have the different monitoring strategies that we would suggest. So the node level monitoring, pod level, container level monitoring. So to begin with, it will be cluster level, master node level, pod or container level. The application deployed in any of these can be monitored, and the logging, tracing, and using which we can go for the alerting. Here in Kubernetes monitoring, what any monitoring tool or observability tool, in most probably, what at Site 24/7 we have to offer is that pod deployment status. So a pod deployment is successful, or if it was a failure, so how many times the pod is restarting within a given time frame. And you'll also be able to see which DevOps engineer is performing particular action, who's responding a pod, or which service is responding a pod, and who is killing it. You can also go for the node and pod count trend. So it will be very helpful for you how many node is being spawned, how many pods are being spawned, how many are getting killed. So all this information will be very helpful for you. Moving on to Site 24/7 for Kubernetes. In Site 24/7, we have the cluster dashboard. In the cluster dashboard, so it'll be very easy for you to go ahead and identify the entire ecosystem. So all you have to do is deploy a YAML file, and you'll be able to see the number of nodes, jobs, pods, services, daemon sets, stateful sets, deployments, and containers that are running. So you'll have the entire ecosystem in a single page where you'll have all the information that you're looking for. And this is the node level dashboard. So here you'll have a collective, all the nodes, including, a collective information of all the resources that are running, the total CPU consumed, memory consumed, all the important key attributes that you might be looking for in a single page. As we already mentioned, so we'll be, generating a lot of logs. There will be a lot of events that are happening in your environment. How these events can be tracked, how it can be useful for us to troubleshoot a particular issue is what we're going to look at. So we do have logs that we collect from Kubernetes. So this Kubernetes events can be drilled down, and you can go ahead and troubleshoot any issues that you might face in your environment. This is application performance monitoring using traces. So here you'll be able to see the distributed tracing, end-to-end tracing. So we have summary, trace details, SQL statements, importantly stack trace and exceptions. So here we have the exception stack trace. So using this page, it will be very helpful for you to troubleshoot whichever incidents that are happening in your Kubernetes infrastructure or Kubernetes environment. And most importantly, the application logs once again. So when it comes to logs, right, so we have been having a lot of data lying around, and this data, most data needs to be consumed by a specific set of user. So you need not give access to all users for all data. So using Site 24/7, you'll be able to give access to a particular set of users. It is more of a centralized dashboard. So you can bring all the users to the dashboard rather than navigating them to the individual server or to the infra. So using Site 24/7 portal itself, they will be able to troubleshoot. They will be able to find out what went wrong, how it went wrong, and where it went wrong. For any RCA purpose, this is the only single place that they need to log in and check. And since it's a cloud platform, they can do it from anywhere, any part of the globe. What other solutions that Site 24/7 has to offer is that we have website monitoring, we have server and entire infrastructure monitoring, server monitoring, cloud network. So we have application performance monitoring, we have real user monitoring, synthetic monitoring, log management, and AOps. So we are currently we have a lot of We have our own AI tool which is called as Zia. So entire Zoho Corporation uses Zia. So it's an AI tool using which we will be able to give you predictions. We'll be able to throw alerts for you. If you need, we'll be able to perform IT automations. So even before an incident happens, we will be able to get it corrected for you. So we have around 13,000 customers across globe for Site 24/7 alone. So these are some of our customers, like who are using the product in a larger scale. Thank you so much for your time. And if you have any other questions related to Site 24/7 or based on this presentation, you can always step out to our booth. And we have a bright yellow colored one, so you can anytime come and we can connect personally. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your time.
Much, Sarath, for this insightful presentation. Please be on the stage. Now I welcome Kapil to give away the memento. Please have a huge round of applause for Sarath. Thank you so much, Sarath, once again. Before things are getting settled, please feel free to post any photos that you are clicking here. Please tag KCD Hyderabad on LinkedIn or Twitter or Instagram whenever you post possible. Also, after this, we'll be having like around 11 o'clock. We'll be having a break. So go out and check all the booths. Get those booth tracker stamped. Don't forget to do that. Coming up next, we have a session on path to unlocking developer productivity on Kubernetes. We have Prakash from Devtron. He is a seasoned solution architect at Devtron, an open source Kubernetes native developer productivity platform with extensive experience and dedicated focus on enhancing developer productivity. So please give a big round of applause to Prakash. Over to you, Prakash.
Hello. I think it's morning Hyderabad. Andarki Shubhodaya, as we call it in the local language.
So please don't mind these production issues. We all know this happens.
So this is Prakash. I'm a solutions architect. I've been in the industry for around 13 years, working extensively with Kubernetes from last 5 or 6 years, and building a product for developers and DevOps productivity, which is DevTron. All right. So I have been giving talks on various Kubernetes core concepts, solutions to the problems and all. This is the first time I have been asked to give a talk on developers' productivity. The reason for that is my journey of 5 years with DevTron. So I've been involved with DevTron in pre-sales calls. I've been talking to multiple startups, various MNCs, and when I'm talking to them, the problems that they are coming up is cost optimizations. They want to set up security, DevSecOps, and all. So most of the organizations that I go in pre-sales calls, they tell me that they have these problems. None of them, or almost none of them, uh, told me that nobody told me that developers' productivity is something that is there within their organization that can be a problem, right? That's when I thought that nobody focuses on this particular area because I've been in the industry. I have seen multiple products around Kubernetes and DevOps and developers' productivity area, but none of them actually focuses on developers' productivity. So to give you a context, I'll just tell you how much a developer's productivity is important. But first, list out all those areas where a developer loses their time when they are working or orchestrating their applications on top of a Kubernetes cluster or maybe a monolith cluster as monolith architecture as well. So longer build times is one common area. So most of the organizations are using 15-year-old technologies, maybe Jenkins. How many of you are using Jenkins within your organization? Right. So, and then waiting for the functional environments to be set up. So let's say that I want to test out my feature, and for that I need multiple microservices, which is deployed from my feature branch. To set up that environment, it takes a lot of time in most of the scenarios, right? Debugging that goes in these development environments. So of course, when I'm setting up an environment, I have to go through a long process. Multiple microservices have to be installed from various development branches. Some may be installed from the stable branches as well. So there may be configuration issues that can come up. There may be that the wrong image of the container has been deployed in that particular development environment, because of which I'm not able to make my functionality work as it should be, right? So developer loses a lot of time over there as well. The handoff time between the development and the DevOps team. So I think a lot of you have a tough bit good between DevOps team. In most of the organizations, this communication is not very seamless unless they are on the same platform, right? So, so maybe there are configuration changes that needed to be deployed with those code changes, which were not deployed, and that came up with a production issue. So those kind of things can also be there. And then last and most important point I would say is the steep learning curve of Kubernetes itself, right? So it keeps on releasing multiple functionalities. It keeps on updating the API versions. It keeps on deleting and deprecating the API versions as well. So it's really challenging for any developer to keep up with all those changes going around and focus on their core competency, which is actually coding, right? So to give you a context, everyone talks about cost optimization of cloud, right? But nobody talks about developers' productivity. To give you a context, let's say that a developer may have an average salary in an organization. I'm not talking about major organizations, but on an average, a developer, if we take an average of the entire developers in a particular mid-sized company, an average developer salary is around 20 to 25 LPA. That comes to be around 42 US dollars per hour. And if a developer wastes 1 hour a week, that's equivalent to running a 16 core VM for 2.5 days, almost 2.5 days. Do you get it? So maybe if you have 40 odd developers working in an organization who are wasting 1 hour weekly on any of the issues that were listed on the previous slide, you are running almost 30 16 core VMs needlessly within your organization. You're losing that much amount of money. If that has to be done in respect to the cost optimization, that would have been a fire, right? How we as a developers productivity platform help you mitigate all those problems that I've just showcased you. The first is build time. So at DevFront, we have an infinitely scalable build infrastructure, which we leverage Kubernetes for to bring on nodes and workers only when you trigger a build, right? And since we are leveraging auto scaling capabilities of Kubernetes, uh, you have infinitely scalable infrastructure unless you have kept a cap on your cloud side, of course. So some of our customers, they build almost 300 to 400 builds in parallel to set up their ephemeral environments. So they have like a series of 300 odd services for any particular feature test. They need all those 300 microservices to be deployed in a particular namespace. So for that, they build all these images in parallel. 300 to 400 builds are made in parallel and deployed across these ephemeral environments. And then they start out their testing and whatever they want to do with that environment, right? And then we also let you create multi-architecture builds in parallel. So some of these customers also test their microservices for multiple architectures, maybe ARM, AMD as well, right? In parallel. So what we help them do is we help them create multi-architecture container images just on single click, right? You triggered a build and the same tag will be created for ARM and AMD. And then you can utilize the same image on any of these architecture clusters as well, right? And we leverage spot nodes for all these workers that we run. So it is cost effective, of course, while giving you the flexibility of caching your all the container images. So it also brings the build time down. The second thing that we help you derive out of DevRun is setting up ephemeral environments, right? So like I talked about that, if I have to test out my functionality and I want that to be deployed across a particular namespace along with multiple other microservices, I can do that on a single click. In the interest of time, I haven't included any sort of live demos, but we also have a booth right across. You can come up at our booth and I'll show you how exactly you can achieve this using DevTron. You can also build and deploy in bulk with DevTron. So let's say that I want a particular environment to be reset back to my stable branch. I can do that in a few clicks with DevTron. Another thing is the debugging time. So developers lose a lot of debugging time. Some of them do not even get access to the environments where the problem is, and they have to just go through and brush through the logs to figure out what could be the problem within that particular environment, just because they do not have enough access, right? And they do not have all those matrices collated at one single plane, right? So what we do is we give you access to all those critical metrics at one single point. So you can check the logs of your containers. You can even exec inside the container. So we also give you ephemeral containers. So if your containers are not included with the utilities for debugging, you can even attach an ephemeral container to that particular main container and debug within that particular environment, right? All those metrics which are captured for your multiple releases, your memory utilization, your throughput, the latency of your application. So all those things are shown at one place so that the developer can make context out of each of these matrices and come up with a solution as soon as possible, thus reducing the downtime. The next thing is the handoff between the development and the DevOps team, of course. So we give you a single pane where you can communicate all those changes that has to go with the release, right? So there may be configuration changes, there may be certain type of release instructions that need to be deployed with a particular release. So you can specify all those configuration changes while creating a release, and any sort of release instructions that needs to be taken care of. You can also just specify while creating a release, and then when the release team is taking care of those things, they can see all those details and they can configure all those configurations accordingly. You can also do that. Then if you are proposing any sort of changes to the configurations, you can also do that. We have an inherent approval mechanism. So any kind of configurations that go in a production environment, they can be approved from a particular team, and then only they can be deployed across a environment. So that can be also done. Then the last point is the learning curve. Of course, most of you may be very flexible with using Kubernetes, but multiple of our programmers or coders, they are not very comfortable with writing manifests, because they tell you, why do I need to write the manifest for each and every technology that wherever they are deploying, right? So whether you are deploying on ECS, whether you are deploying on EKS, they are not very comfortable writing manifests for all those configurations. So what we do is we provide you flexibility, a GUI-driven approach, wherein you can actually create the manifest automatically using Devtron. We give you manifest templates which are there with Devtron. So we have deployment, rollout, stateful set configurations that you can use, and then you can go ahead and deploy your microservices in a Kubernetes environment in 5 to 6 minutes without any YAMLs. I think I would end over here. These are some clients which are using Devtron for orchestrating their services on top of a Kubernetes cluster. Not the holistic list, but most of the major clients of Devtron are listed over here. We are also an open source project, of course, with limited functionalities. You can also download it across inside your Kubernetes cluster and use it. Thank you.
Have a huge round of applause for Prakash. Now I'll request Kapil to give away the memento. Thank you so much, Prakash. Have a big hand for Prakash once again. Thank you. Thank you so much. Coming up, we have a technopreneur who is with around 22 years of experience in IT, including 18 years of as a transformation leader, product owner, and consultant in cloud automation, PaaS, and big data DevOps tools. He is none other than Deepak Mishra, CEO of Prodevance. Please have a huge round of applause for Deepak Mishra. Meanwhile, keep on posting your photos about sessions in tagging KCD Hyderabad over Twitter or LinkedIn or Instagram. Welcome you on stage, sir.
How are you doing? So this brought me back after 24 years of my career. So I started my career in Hyderabad as a Linux trainer. I started my career in Hyderabad teaching open source in Osmania University back in 2000. I started my career in Hyderabad setting up a training center when Sun Solaris, IBM AIX, all these was is at the boom, and Linux trainers were not given that much of importance. Anyone from that age, early 2000, who had taken Linux as your career, right? Oh yes. Um, we would have trained thousands of students in Hyderabad. There was a time, okay, if you pick up 10 RHCs in India, at least one would be in Hyderabad. Okay, so that's where I started, and Hyderabad brought me back uh, to this forum when I was a keynote speaker in KCD Kerala, and Atul reached out to me and said that, okay, Atul, you there? Round of applause for this boy. So he reached out and said that, okay, we are doing KCD Hyderabad. I said, okay, I'll be there. I'll be your sponsor. As many years, Atul and team, you guys will do KCD Hyderabad. I'll be your sponsor. Okay. Now, my slide is up. Okay, cool. So what do you see? Hyderabadis are known for money. in 13, 14 years, okay, since I left from Hyderabad and I settled in Bangalore, when I come back, okay, what I see is money. The big buildings, okay. Believe you me, my friend, North America, United States do not have these buildings what you guys have here. You go to headquarters of all these companies in San Francisco, they will be scared of seeing this kind of infrastructure, right? Then why not this? So the topic which I picked to talk about is Gen AI. So market is $1.3 trillion market, okay? And how many of you do not have Einstein in your backyard? Okay, did not understand. How many of you do not use ChatGPT? How many of you use ChatGPT? Okay, so all of you have an Einstein in your backyard. Now, the scary part is you ask ChatGPT and you do not want to be the part of that career, right? So what IDC talks about these infographics, I don't want to read about it, but let us discuss how you can unlock the Gen AI potential. It's emerging so rapidly in 1.5 years, it has created a disruption. My friend, okay, who talked about the developers' productivity, right? Forget about developers' productivity. Forget about system operation productivity. Forget about cloud productivity. Even forget about a normal employee's productivity. In 100,000, 200,000, 10,000 or employee organization, can you believe if 30 to 35% of your productivity is just lost because of information overpouring, spread out, and not having a proper knowledge transfer? Do you all agree? If you agree, raise your hand. Huh? All your KTs are scary, right? So Gen AI is going to be that de facto approach and a mass disruption. So how you fit into the scheme, right? Can you fit into the scheme as a hardware engineer? Can you fit into the scheme as an operating system engineer? Can you fit into the scheme as a Kubernetes engineer? Can you fit into the scheme as a storage engineer? Can you fit into the scheme as a developer, a microservice developer? Can you fit into the scheme as a middleware administrator? Can you fit into this scheme as a data engineer? Can you fit into the scheme as a data scientist? Can you fit into the scheme as a... So all these roles exist in Hyderabad. All of these roles can fit into the Gen AI, provided you know how to do it. But what is the scary part? The scary part is the security. The Einstein which you have in the backyard, every enterprise organization want to have their own Einstein because they have money. So they want their own Einstein. They don't want the OpenAI Einstein which you guys are using. And the scary part is the corporate data you're feeding into the Open Einstein, or instead of using Einstein, okay, metaphor, I can say the ChatGPT 4.0, believe you me, you are putting your organization data there. Okay, just think your SSN or employee ID or your corporate salary or your corporate inside data. You, out of curiosity, putting it into that for getting, some answer, or converting a PDF into the text, or text to a PDF, or to a video or an image. You are putting things into the risk. The enterprise do not want. And round of applause for Vishal, who talk absolutely what an air gap environment in banking system is. Did he talk about 3 data center? Did he talk about uptime? Did he talk about millisecond response? Did he talk about, active, active, active? Then think enterprise Gen AI need a secure, scalable, reliable infrastructure where the Einsteins of any number for any number of use cases has to run, and security is at the top. Then the ease of development. I think the Devtron team talked about the developer productivity. Round of applause for Prakash, right? So developer productivity is lost if you're, because LLM is a continuous development. The large language model, which takes millions of keywords, prompts, and all that, it has to process. It needs highest level of productivity and accuracy, and that needs continuous development. If that is not helping you in the Gen AI, that's a risk. And end-to-end use case. End-to-end use case, it cannot be just doing one typical use case. It has to be end-to-end. So keeping all that in mind, organizations put their money, just not $100,000 or 1 million. They are putting billions of money into this new age, Gen AI, right? Creating number of Einsteins for them. So if that is the case, they would be looking at return on investment. Return on investment is nothing but, again, productivity. Double the productivity, triple the productivity, quadruple the productivity of developer, of system operation, cloud operation, whose productivity. They want return on investment on all these, okay? Then the challenges are there, right? There are too many, overloaded information about AI, ChatGPT, Gen AI, data science, data engineer. Every parents in Hyderabad, every parents in Andhra Pradesh, every parents in India who do not want their kid to be not in AI or ML. Tell me, right? Everybody want, but they do not know where to start. So that's the same case. So much of overloading information. Where will you start? So what Prodavance has done, we picked up Open Platform Enterprise AI. Okay, Intel introduced it. We started working on it little before. So it is 3 stages. Prepare the data. As you know, the idea comes from the enterprise or organization, but it has to be solved. So what they do, they hire data scientists. How many of you are data scientists here? So the idea and the data scientist, right? They need to work. But for what? Unless until there is a correct data set. Data set has to be decided by the data engineer, right? Then data also need to be, churned. So you need multiple vector databases. There are Neo4j data vector, Pinecone vector database. There is, Redis vector database. There's so many vector databases. Prodavance is partnered with almost all of them, but they need a choice of the database based on the performance, open source versus closed source, or enterprise, based on the cost, based on the speed. So that has to be, and there are so many application ISVs who want to, present their application for the Gen AI purpose. I will show you a demo today. Then making the LLMs, the large language model, which has to be built, right? It has to be domain centric. It has to be, so think how many large language model. If you have seen a cat race, okay, you might have heard about cat race. So LLM race is of that type. There are thousands of LLM, are there in the market, right? So it has to be aggregated LLMs. Like you have, several aggregator LLMs. Okay, that has to be also modeled, and it has to be, put up right. Then the third step is or phase is deploy into the production. So to make it production, it is absolutely required that it has to be managed, scale, and all that. So what is the architecture? The architecture is you are putting your green lines where the user query from the chat, it has to, all the green lines are the normal model, right? Then I have a purple line. So that is nothing but the enterprise, custom architecture. So this architecture, you can take a picture. This holds good as long as you want to build a Gen AI, right? So this is your corporate data, personal data, image, video, right? But the green line is nothing but the one which is actually for your normal LLM practice. But there is an improvisation required, which is the purple line, okay, which is there. And the orange line is for fine tuning it. So we worked on query. I'll just give you a demo how it is. Query is being built on this enterprise AI. Prodavance as an organization have been solving several problems for NPCI, RBI,
And
several
hello,
banks,
AI-powered excellence
and
with
I would
Query,
like you
our
to take
enterprise
a
GPT,
look
built
and
on PEA.
stay tuned to this
Experience
CNCF
seamless
event.
operations
Good
with
job,
Query's
organizers,
intuitive
right?
interface
And
designed
keep doing
to
this.
understand
Thank
and
you.
respond in real time. Hey HR, what's my leave balance?
You have 10 sick leaves and 15 privilege leaves remaining.
Summarize the attached training video.
The training session covers HR policies, salary deductions, and employee rights under the Factories Act, 1948.
Hey IT, what's the status of my ticket?
Your ticket is in progress, with an estimated completion time of 2 hours.
Effortless search, real-time updates, and enhanced productivity, all at your fingertips. With robust security and role-based access control, your data is always protected. Unlock a new way of knowledge management. Embrace the future with Query. Visit us at www.query.in.
Thank you so much. Now I request Kapil to give away the memento. Please have a huge round of applause for Deepak, sir. Thanks again for this insightful presentation. Now we are moving forward with topic is caring for developers with DevX. And the speaker is Ritik Roy, Platform Advocate, CNCF Ambassador. Just to announce once again, if you are capturing photos, please don't hesitate to post it on social media along with KCD Hyderabad tag. Also visit, after this we'll be also having a break, visit every booth around there, sponsors booth, get maximum engagement and track your booth tracker. Get it stamped. Please be there on your seats.
Uh, so as engineers, we all understand what runtime errors are. So this is what we are dealing with, right? When we are running in production with our workload. So yeah, I think we are just resolving the bugs right now, and we should be live in a couple of minutes.
So I'm giving a talk on developer experience. This is kind of a part of experience. So a bit about me. I'm Ritik Roy, and I'm a platform advocate at Rock Labs. I'm also a CNCF ambassador, and I'm coming here from Kolkata. A fact that today I want to share with you is it would take a new developer 100 days to onboard to a new company, considering the number of tools they use. And this is for one reason. The reason being, most of the organizations we work with care more about the user experience than they care about the developer experience. So this is kind of a sad reality because we should focus on those three things as well. As we heard from Prakash in the Defton talk, the developer productivity is one of the core components which improves the output of a company. And this is not just developer productivity, the impact the developers put in through and the satisfaction developers have so that they are more impactful combines together to form the developer experience, which is a core component. Like, for example, 67% of the developer execute things manually. This is kind of challenging because whenever a new developer is onboarded to the team, the mean time to start is kind of high. Developer toil is high because they need to figure out all the stuff they need to get the environment running, as well as having all those complexity while they are figuring out all the compliance for their onboarding is complicated. So developer environment as code, where you configure your environment with something like dev container JSON is a solution because you use that thing to create environments that are reproducible across developer. Here I want to introduce a solution like DevPod, which you can use to configure your developer environments with help of dev container JSON and share this across the repositories which developers use. So whenever there is a new developer, they can just configure and have an environment that is working without much complexity. The next fact I want to share is 42% of developers think deploying code to production isn't fast or efficient. Why is this a thing? Because developers can't release to production without risking failures. This is mostly because developers don't have access to all the clusters they are using. Self-servicing, like giving developers access to the clusters is hard, and multi-tenancy, where each of the teams required a cluster on of their own without running through the admin and DevOps teams to get access to a cluster, which takes time, is complicated. Having solutions where developers can self-service their QA and dev environments is essential. Here's something like vCluster, where you can have virtual clusters for every team, which spawn instantaneously, can be helpful as you can have different teams with different clusters. And this is just a start. For example, many tools overwhelm developers. Developers are confused on what tools they are needing to use, as well as teams inside the environments are complicated. Some specific team is using different versions of tools. So having an internal developer platform, which helps you to certify all the essential tools by all of the developers at one place, and developers can have specific environments by which they can use and run their workloads. So a new developer coming in doesn't need to configure everything. They can just configure the workloads they want and have the surety that other things are working as required. Lastly, developer experience focuses on not just the developer, but the tools, practices, and processes. This is important for developer to have an essential environment. And at the end of the day, caring for developers is essential as it helps your company to bring a culture where productivity is utmost important, as well as when developers are efficient, you get business values. And at the end of the day, you have happy developers. As it's said, you can hire good talent, but good talent without good environment and good tools are not helpful at all. So you should hire good talented developers and give them the right environment and the right tools. So at the end of the day, they are productive and you get the most amount of business value you can get. So a last question to you all. So whom should you care about? Should you care about developers? Is the answer yes? Yeah, you should definitely care about developers. So here are my socials. Feel free to connect with me on socials, and there is a QR code to learn more about what we offer. I am here with Ashish from our team and Sayim. So feel free to chat with us about how can you improve developer experience inside your organizations. Thank you so much.
Have a huge round of applause for Ruzik. Now I request Kapil to give away the memento. Have a huge round of applause once again for Rutik for giving wonderful session. Thank you so much. Now we'll break for 10 minutes. Chai is being served outside, and please come up with full energy again. See you at 11:30.
AI? Okay, very few. In the current set of audiences, I think I saw only 4 hands. How many of you are familiar with this term called RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation? Just 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 4 are using the APIs, 3 are using RAG. Okay, so if you're actually following the tech landscape, you would have noticed there is a tremendous hype, tremendous buzz around generative AI, right? And today, generative AI is predominantly exposed through large language models, which are like GPT-4, or multimodal like GPT-4o and Gemini. So these models are so massive and so resource hungry that they can be hosted only by a select set of cloud providers or infrastructure providers. That's the reason why today these models are available only through players like Azure, Microsoft Azure OpenAI, or Google Cloud Vertex AI, or Amazon Bedrock. And then there are some highly niche specialized startups like Runpod, Replicate, Fireworks, and other inference as a service providers. Now, what this actually means is these models require such a massive infrastructure that it is very, very difficult to run on premises. But that is going to change with the increase in the adoption of generative AI. Currently, as I was discussing, the entire landscape is more like, let's do a proof of concept, let's figure out what it really means before we invest anything. So today, consuming GPT-4 or Gemini or any of these multimodal AI models is very simple, very easy. You don't even need to spend thousands of dollars. For a few hundreds of dollars, you can actually build very powerful, very meaningful applications. But the challenge comes in when you are going to move it over to on-prem or in a private data center environment. Now, the biggest challenge for that is the availability or the lack of availability of GPUs. So the models, these large language models, also called as foundation models, require multiple cores, some tens of thousands of cores, to parallelly process the incoming task, which is actually called inference. And that is only possible when you have a GPU. And those GPUs are in acute shortage. Today, if you place an order for a GPU that is capable of running an open model like Llama 3, you need to wait at least. Check. Okay. Yeah. So if you want to run an open model like Llama 3 inside your data center, you need to invest in a A100 minimum 40 GB GPU. And if you place an order today with NVIDIA, it's going to take 8 months for you to get the GPU. And only then you can start putting that to use. So with this acute shortage of GPUs, we're not seeing enough traction or enough adoption of LLMs or foundation models on-prem. But that's going to change with some of the other dynamics. For example, the shortage of NVIDIA GPUs is leading to the rise of other GPU hardware providers. For example, a few months from now, we'll see AMD becoming very prominent. We'll see Intel becoming very prominent. And of course, Qualcomm offering more and more GPUs. And the models will also get optimized for this new breed of GPUs. And they're going to cost much less, because when the demand supply is met sufficiently, the prices are going to come down, and that's going to change the entire market dynamics. And that's when we are actually going to see tremendous increase in running Gen AI on-prem. And when it comes to running Gen AI on-prem, what is better than Kubernetes to orchestrate and to run these highly parallelized compute intensive workloads? So when customers run Gen AI on-prem using Kubernetes, what do they use it for? Well, they are going to build internal chatbots. For example, a lot of employee HR support systems, onboarding systems, payroll support, IT help desk, whatever you are currently dealing with through a manual process, a manual workflow is going to be highly automated and AI driven. So a lot of interactions that you have with your HR, with your IT, with your internal processes like travel desk, transport desk, all of that is going to be replaced by Gen AI assistants. And we are not very far from that. We are maybe about 12 to 18 months before we actually see that happening very actively in the enterprise. So the demo that I want to show you today is a sneak peek of how cloud native infrastructure would power the emerging Gen AI workloads. End of the day, generative AI workload is like any other stateless plus stateful workload combination. Here, the statefulness comes from the data because that is the ground truth, which is going to hold your actual factual data. And then the LLMs, which are very stateless. So just like today you build applications, microservices based applications that are talking to databases which are stateful, and there are highly stateless and horizontally scalable applications, Gen AI workloads are going to be very similar. The statefulness comes from data and models. The statelessness comes from the agent infrastructure or the chatbots and some of the other things that are surrounding these models and data. So that's what I want to show you. So I'm going to use a technique called RAG. Can I have my laptop? Yeah. So this is the demo environment that I have. So I'm going to build a fictitious application for a fictitious airlines company. So the idea is to build a chatbot, and this chatbot will be powered by an open model from Mistral. And the data is stored in a vector database called Chroma. And as soon as I add data to a MinIO bucket, I use event-driven architecture to trigger a webhook, and this webhook will convert the PDF into a set of vectors which the chatbot can use to perform a search. And the embeddings model basically converts the PDF into searchable semantic context, that will be used by our model. So at a very high level, this is the architecture of most of the RAG implementations, retrieval augmented generations. Because when you talk to a large language model, it may not be able to respond to your organization specific question. But if you feed enough context, it will be able to respond. So the whole idea is, how do we feed this context by grabbing it from an existing database and attaching that to the prompt so that the chatbot has visibility into the factual data and it can respond with exact answers. So that is what I'm going to build. Now, this is going to be a slightly tricky demo. In case this doesn't work, I have to explain you visually and verbally. So I'm going to VPN into my lab, which is in Financial District, about 5 kilometers from here. So I'm going to SSH into my lab and show you a GPU cluster. Now, if you're wondering, why should I do that? Why should I take such a huge risk? The problem is, even if I'm willing to pay, I'm not able to get GPUs in the cloud. It is very, very difficult for me to build a GPU cluster in the cloud. I tried Azure, Google Cloud, Amazon, IBM, Oracle. I cannot get hold of a GPU every time I want. The only other option is I have to make a reserved instance where I have to pay upfront for the next 1 year. That is very, very expensive, and I don't think I am ready to do that. So instead of depending on the cloud providers, I decided to build my own rig. So I have a cluster that is running multiple GPUs. I have 6 GPUs and a 3-node cluster. But to keep it simple, I manage each of those machines as a single node cluster. And occasionally I use it as a 3-node cluster. So bottom line, I have my own Gen AI infrastructure running in my lab. So let me make sure I'm connected. Yes, this is working. So now I'm going to SSH into my lab machine. And I'll show you the configuration. You're able to see the screen? Okay, great. So first things first, I have two GPUs, which are the GeForce RTX 4090. It comes with 24 GB of VRAM. I have two of them. It's very unusual for you to see two GPUs connected to a machine. You typically get only one. It's very difficult because these GPUs are so huge that you cannot plug them into two PCI slots. So you have to hack the chassis to make sure that you are able to plug two PCIe GPU cards into the slots. So I have two GPUs, and if you look at my CPU configuration, I have a 32-core Intel CPU. So this is very high-end, very powerful CPU. And then if you look at my RAM, I have 128 GB of RAM, and I have roughly 4 terabytes of storage. That is just one node. I have 3 more nodes with very similar configuration, but I am currently using them as 3 independent clusters, because on one I perform inference, on one I fine tune, the other one I use for exploring and playing around with new models. So I'm currently showing you a test bed which I typically use for inference. All right, so that is my hardware, right? And now I can access this from my local machine. My kube config is pointing to my lab, so I should be able to access this test bed. It's called the GenAI test bed. So I think I have. Yeah, so my goal is to basically show you a chatbot that works based on this architecture. So this chatbot belongs to a fictitious airlines application. So let's go ahead and look at that. So I have a set of manifests. So I'm going to deploy each of them and then show you how they actually work. So the first one that I'm going to start with is obviously the namespace. So I'm going to create the namespace first. Okay. So let me start with the very fundamental unit, which is the namespace. And after that, I'm going to go through the next one, which is going to be my config map. So the config map basically holds the endpoints, some of the cluster IP names that I'm actually using it. So since it's a demo, protecting a lot of these endpoints, but ideally they need to be put in a vault or at least a secrets manager. But this is only for the demo. Oops. I think my network connectivity is a big issue. Yeah, we can try connecting to this. Okay, can we have the screen? Yeah. Okay, so I had trouble with the connectivity. So now this should work. So now the namespace is created. Then I'm going to create the config map, which is going to create all these entries. And once we have the config map created, I'm going to launch my LLM. So let's take a look at the LLM spec. So the LLM basically runs on a local storage PVC. The reason why I'm doing that is these models are pretty large and I don't want the pod to pull these images every time. So what I do is I actually use it on my host. So for example, if you look at my host OPT data, within that I have a Hugging Face hub directory, and I have all the models that I typically use available on the host machine. So instead of pulling this every time I launch the pod, I simply point my pod volume to this directory.
So that's the reason why I create a local storage. The other technique that I use is I have a 10 terabyte NAS. I typically store all the models on the NAS and I use an NFS provisioner to mount the NFS into my pod. So I can avoid downloading these models repeatedly, because these models are so big that if I start pulling it before you, it will be done by tomorrow. So I don't want to do that. So these models are cached. So what I do is I basically mount this directory into my pod, and to serve this model, I'm using an image from Hugging Face called the text generation inference. And within that, I'm using a model which is Mistral AI, Mistral 7B Instruct. So this is one of the most recent open models from Mistral. This is a 7 billion parameter model. And what I do is I basically assign one GPU to this. Remember, I have two GPUs. So I am now assigning this model to one of the available GPUs. Of course, I mount the volume. So if you actually look at my volume, so this is called /data, and /data points to my host volume. I expose this as the load balancer endpoint. I give a static IP address because I want to access them through a well-known endpoint. So this is my static IP address. So let's go ahead and deploy the model through the LLM. So kubectl apply manifest llm.yaml. So now this is done. And when I come back and put the NVIDIA SMI command, which shows me the usage of my cluster, you'll actually see that the first GPU's utilization goes up. So it will go up to 23 GB or something, and it stops there, right? And if you look at the temperature, that is also increasing. It's 48 degrees, pretty hot. So I have 16 fans within the cabinet that is housing these GPUs. So we deployed the LLM. So that is done. Next, I'm going to deploy the embeddings model. Now, why do we need the embeddings model? Because we want to convert whatever text we want to search into a format that we can easily query and match the semantic context. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to talk about embeddings model, but think of this as a helper model for the LLM, which is going to help the LLM retrieve what is required when we ask a query. So very similar to what I have done for the LLM, the embeddings model is based on a container called text embeddings inference. And I'm using one of the models from Beijing Academy of AI. It's an open model. So I'm going to deploy this. Now, as soon as I deploy, you'll actually see that my second GPU is going to go up, and it goes up to 25% maybe. And this is going to serve the embeddings model. So I definitely need both the LLM and the embeddings model to run on my machine. So once that is done, then I have to basically launch the vector database. So the vector database, in my case, is actually a Chroma database. So I'm going to use this. So I create a PV, I create a PVC, and I'm using an image to run Chroma, the most recent image. So let's deploy the Chroma database. Okay, now this is also running. Once that is done, I need to run storage. Storage is going to hold all the PDFs and unstructured data. And to make that happen, I'm actually using one of the popular object storage services on Kubernetes called Minio or Minio. Are you familiar with Minio? It's an S3 compatible object storage layer. So I am mounting this on my host machine, and I'm using one of the images, which is Minio latest. So I'm going to deploy this. So now the storage is also deployed. Now what I need to do is I have to connect the dots. So every time I upload a PDF to Minio, I want an event to trigger. It's almost like the connection between S3 Lambda and whatever destination you're using. So in my case, as soon as I upload a PDF to Minio, I want to trigger a webhook which will split it, calls the embeddings model, and puts the output in a vector database. So I wrote a custom webhook, which is basically responsible for that. So I'm going to deploy this webhook. which will trigger every time I upload or delete a PDF from Minio. Now, once that is done, I need to connect all the dots. So I need to make sure that my Minio bucket is connected to webhook and webhook is connected to my database. I need to bring all of them together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this storage job. So if you look at the storage job, it's basically a run to completion job. So this is a job, not a pod. And it does a bunch of things. It basically calls this command line called MC, which is the Minio client, and it connects all the dots. It basically sets the, the put, delete. If you actually see, these lines connect my Minio bucket with the webhook. So I'm doing all the plumbing here. That's the responsibility of the job. And finally, with all of this in place, I can run the chatbot. So chatbot is what I built. It's my custom chatbot image. And this is ultimately available as a service at this IP address as a load balancer. So pretty straightforward. Now at this point, if you look at kubectl get deploy in my GenAI stack, you have all these components. Is that clear? And this maps to every component that you see here on the workflow. Right? So this is a microservices architecture running an end-to-end GenAI stack. So now we have this running, and similarly, you can check the web services that are running. So these are the endpoints. Each of these deployment has a load balancer endpoint, and I have a very predictable set of static IP addresses assigned to this. Perfect. So now I can come to the browser and yeah, so everything looks good. Hopefully, I should be able to hit this. Wow. Give me a second. I'm trying to figure out. So this is the risk or the fun of doing a live demo. There are too many moving parts. I know one is basically my VPN, and then I am SSHing into my remote lab. Lot of moving parts, so anything can go wrong anytime. I think I lost the connection. Yeah, so I'm going to disconnect and reconnect my VPN, and we should be able to continue. Yeah, so this is definitely a connectivity issue. As I can see, I'm able to ping. I can get this running. Just a sec. Yeah, everything seems to be fine. I don't know why I can't access the endpoint. I seriously suspect, the firewall that is coming in my way. So I'm going to switch to my hotspot and reconnect. I always stick to my own hotspot to avoid any side effects, but let me connect again. This should be better. Sorry, just a couple of minutes and we should be able to get this running. Okay. Yeah, perfect. So as I suspected, the guest Wi-Fi of T-Hub has issues. Okay, so now we are here. Okay, and this is the chatbot running on a Kubernetes cluster. You can actually see the IP address that is talking to my load balancer endpoint. And I basically ask a question, what is the excess baggage fee? So, like ChatGPT, if you ask what is the India score of a live match, ChatGPT cannot tell you, right? It will say my training cutoff date is whatever 2023 January or whatever, and it doesn't respond. So very similar to that, Mistral doesn't have a context, so it cannot tell you anything about the excess baggage fee. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the role of a flight operations guy, the DevOps guy sitting in the flight IT center, and I'm going to copy the V1 of my baggage policy document. And the V1 policy document basically has this, right? So it is a PDF, and this PDF has information about excess baggage fee. I did this demo at KubeCon EU in March. That's why you will see everything in euros. So the excess baggage fee, if you carefully notice, is 25 euros per domestic, 20 for international. Oversized baggage fee is 45, right? So what I'm going to do is I will use the MinIO client to drop the PDF into my bucket. Okay, now this is done. Now I come back to the chatbot and ask exactly the same question, right? Now it actually comes back and tells you the exact answer, right? 25 euros. And this is coming from the PDF that we uploaded. Now let's also ask other questions like, the oversized baggage fee. What is the oversized baggage fee, right? So obviously it's going to respond with 45 euros per bag. Now again, you can see this. Now let's say this is running fine. After a few months, the flight operations team wants to change the baggage policy. So now they want to upload V2 document. Now V2 document has an increased baggage fee from 25 to 30 and 20 to 25. The oversized baggage fee is also 5 more euros extra. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to copy the V2 version of this baggage policy document to MinIO. So come on. Yeah, okay, this is done. Excellent. So now I don't even refresh my browser, right? I come back and ask exactly the same question. What is the excess baggage fee? And it actually picks up the most recent data, right? Now, this is the beauty of a GenAI powered chatbot. It picks up data instantly. And behind the scenes, I'm using an event-driven RAG architecture. Now, let's say someone jumped the gun. They actually uploaded this document before the approval came in. Now they need to revert. So what is that we can do? We'll simply roll back and ask the same question again. And guess what? The chatbot is intelligent enough to roll back the response. And this is instant. This is where serverless and event-driven come into the picture, right? So that is how you basically perform an end-to-end end-to-end microservices enabled Gen AI application running entirely on Kubernetes. The data doesn't flow out of your cluster, and the entire stack, every component that you see, runs as a microservice on the Kubernetes cluster. So this is a sneak peek of how the Gen AI stack would look like a few months from now. This is how customers are going to orchestrate Gen AI workloads through Kubernetes running inside their data center and on-prem environments. Right? So that concludes my demo. Do I have time for any questions? We are done? Okay. Thank you. I am around for Q&A.
Yeah, thank you so much for this insightful presentation. I request Kapil to give away the memento. Have a huge round of applause once again for Jankiran. Thank you so much. We have a parallel session running in track 2, that is at 7th floor. So feel free to attend that too. How was the chai? Did you all enjoy? Did you all enjoy? Did you all get charged? But I'm not seeing that energy. So let's play a game. June is the month of Kubernetes, right? It's birthday month. So how many of you are here with even birth dates? Even birth dates, please raise your hand. Okay, and others will be odd. So we have 2 teams now, even and odds. We have to shout KCD Hyderabad. Let's see who will win. Even team, KCD Hyderabad. Odd. Even. Oh, there is, I think, still very soft. Yeah, that's what. Even team, please gear up. Even. Odd.
Sorry?
I think here simply odd is going to win is what I feel. Even, do you want to challenge once again? Even team? Go. Evens. Still, evens are still low. No ways. But here odds are quite winners. With this, let's move on to the next speaker, who is Chirag Kel. He's going to talk about celebrating simplicity, CRD validations in Kubernetes beyond webhooks. Over to you, Chirag.
अब देते रहिए. Okay, am I audible? Yeah. Hello everyone. Thanks a lot for joining here. I hope you all are doing pretty well and you are all having great time here at KCD Hyderabad. I'm pretty excited for this talk and I hope you all will have some great insights out of it. My name is Chirag Kyal. I'm a software engineer at Red Hat. I contribute to some of the core components of OpenShift and Operator. For example, API server, OpenShift routes, installer, and a couple of more other. I have also contributed to Microshift, which is the scaled down version of OpenShift for edge devices. For me, it's been around more than 4 years. I have been working in this Kubernetes ecosystem. I'm also a member of Bangalore technical community inside Red Hat, where we organize different events, conferences, meetups, tech talks in our office area. Previous to that, I was also working with IBM Cloud and INO team. And yeah, you can reach out to me to any of these social media platforms. It's pretty easy to find my name because the handle remains the same across the platform. Okay, so let's deep dive into the topic. And the title for this talk is Celebrating Simplicity, CRD Validation in Kubernetes Beyond Webhooks. Pretty long, isn't it? So let's try to break it down. Celebrating simplicity. So what are we celebrating now, most nowadays? Just now we were hearing about the 10th birthday of Kubernetes, right? So happy birthday to Kubernetes once again. Communities around the world are celebrating the decade of innovation in Kubernetes landscape for modern application deployment, development, and to build new application on top of it. So over the last 10 years, Kubernetes has simply made our life simpler, like starting from your container orchestration to infrastructure abstraction, from CI/CD integration to resource management. You name it, you will find some use case of Kubernetes, and the list goes on and on. So Kubernetes has emerged as a unified platform to simplify all these examples. But if you ask me, among all these great innovations, one of the important feature of Kubernetes is the possibility of extending Kubernetes API. We can extend Kubernetes API by using CRD, or stands for Custom Resource Definition. We can build our custom. So that is the advantage of CRD. And with the addition of CRD, new doors of application development is opened. Now, being a platform extension author, when you are writing your controller, you need to have certain guarantee about your CRD. Maybe you want to check whether a field is integer or not. Maybe you want to check whether that field is within a range or not. Or sometimes we wanted to compare one field with another field, stands from cross-field validation. Or sometimes we are not doing CRD validation, your code might break here and there somewhere. So you must validate your CRD. Now the question is how we do the CRD validation. So one of the typical and common approach people used to follow is by writing the validating admission webhook. Validating admission webhook works by intercepting all the requests that comes to the API server and before it gets persisted inside the SCD. Okay, so all the requests that is coming to the API server, the webhooks basically do the validation checks. If everything is good, it will allow down the line chain. Otherwise, it will block it. That's the basic principle of your validating admission webhooks. Now, I believe writing these webhooks will be pretty simple task, right? I hope, because most of the people are using it on most of the use cases. Let's try to find it out how simple to write a webhook. Okay. So to write a webhook, you first need to have an HTTP server. So that server will constantly communicate with the API server. It will take the request from the API server. Once you take the request, you need to add the validation layer on top of it. After that, you will send the response back to the API server. Along with that, you also need to configure some command line arguments to pass the certificates. Until this point, I think things are pretty simple. So once you have that HTTPS server, you need to containerize that server and you need to deploy that inside the Kubernetes cluster. Then you need to expose the endpoint using a service. And do not forget, you also need to add some necessary RBAC so that your webhook is having the necessary permission to access the resources. I think still these steps are pretty simple. But wait, there are more to add. You also need to add the validating webhook configuration. And in that YAML, this basically registers your webhook with the API server. So once you add this YAML, you are registering the API server and telling that, hey, I am adding a new webhook. Inside that YAML, you need to add this bunch of configuration, like your rules, service reference, CA bundle, failure policy, a lot of. Once you are done with that, you also need to manage those certificates. So those certificates will create a trust between the server and the client. Once you're fine with that, you need to ensure that your webhook and the API server is having a constant network connection between them. Also, you need to ensure you are having a robust monitoring alerting system, upgrade and rollback mechanism, and some runbooks, which will have the most common error problems. Still pretty simple, isn't it? No, I'm just kidding. To write a production grade webhook, it needs lot of development and operational tasks. because this webhooks gets added as a separate component in your cluster, which you need to manage. Now, this webhooks adds latency to this request that you're sending to the API server. So if your cluster is having too many webhooks, and for some reason, if some of the webhook is not available, the chances are pretty high that your control plane will face outages. I'm talking about Common Expression Language, or CEL. And for that reason, the first 3 letters are written in uppercase. So we can use CEL to simplify all these CRD validation challenges I have been talking about with webhooks. Let me give you an example to explain it better. So let's say your CRD is having a field called replica, and you want to validate that it should lies between 2 ranges defined by min replica and max replica. So with CEL, you just need to write a single expression. You just need to write min replica less than or equal to replica less than or equal to max replica. That's it. CEL will do the rest of the things. It will validate your CRD. It will block if this validation is not fulfilling. So that's the magic of using CEL. Let me give you another example. Say you want to check whether a key is present inside a map or not. So you just need to write the key name in map name. That's pretty much. Rest of the things will be handled by CEL. So after looking all this example, we can simply say that this syntax is pretty straightforward, isn't it? It's pretty much developer friendly, because any of the developer that are coming from the background of C, C++, Java, Go, I mean, all the famous language will follow this expression syntaxes. It's pretty fast enough because you do not need to write the complete script. You just need to write a single expression and you are good to go. Since it's not a scripting language, it's an expression language. So instead of using if-else condition, we'll use ternary operators. And instead of using for or while loops, we will use some macros like has, all, in, filter, and there are a couple of more. I've listed down a couple of more examples here. You can take a look. CEL is having a lot of inbuilt libraries, like your starts with, insorted, size, all. There are a couple of more. You can check out CEL's GitHub repository to have more examples and to clear out all these inbuilt libraries. Now, the biggest question is how can we integrate the power of CEL for doing the CRD validation, right? And the answer to this question is by using this extension. This is the X-Kubernetes-validation extension. It's got GA recently in Kubernetes 1.29. So starting from Kubernetes 1.29, we can add X-Kubernetes-validation extension directly inside your CRD. It's right there inside your CRD. You can start writing your CEL expression inside this extension. You can have multiple CEL expression inside a block. Each rule will be scoped to the point where you are writing this validation block. So for this example, I'm writing this CEL expression inside the spec part of this CRD. And for that reason, all these CEL rules will be scoped to the spec level. We are also having a variable called self. So this variable is basically referring to the root object of the block. So in this example, I have written this extension at spec level. And for that reason, self is referring to spec. And for that, you will see the rule here, spec your self dot min replica. So using the dot operator, I'm doing spec dot min replica. So that's how you will communicate between the different fields of your CRD. You can also write human readable messages using this message field. So I'm writing replica should be smaller than or equal to max replica. So you can write human readable messages, but this is optional. You may write it or you may skip it. If you're not writing it, your rule will be printed when the validation will fail. Okay. You can have multiple such block inside a common CRD at different levels depending upon your use case. Here in this example, I have added a new block here, which is basically scoped to the replica field, because this is my replica and I am adding just at that level. So here self is referring to the replica, not the spec, because it is scoped to the replica field only. So this is how the scoping of this validation extension works. But it is encouraged to write all this block as close to the field as possible for convenience purpose. Okay. So yeah, let's see it in action. I hope the demo will work well. So okay. Yeah. So I'm having a kind cluster running locally. Yeah, nothing fancy. Yeah, I'm using OC command. It's similar to kubectl. It's just a wrapper on top of kubectl for OpenShift related stuff. I'm pretty much habituated using it. It's same to kubectl. So I'm having a kind cluster up and running locally, and I have used KubeBuilder to scaffold this repository. We generally use KubeBuilder to scaffold repository when we want to create any CRD. I have defined a pretty simple CRD called mypod. It's same as the example I have been talking about. It's having only 3 fields: min replica, replica, and max replica. Okay, and this is how my CRD looks like. It's pretty basic. So for the time being, there is no validation is added. You can see the properties. There is only the definition for these 3 fields. There is no validation here. So I can simply create any resource without doing any validation. So I am having this no cell YAML where I am trying to create a new resource called mypod. But check out the spec part. It's saying min replica 2, max replica 6, and the replica 9, which should not happen. But we will be able to create it because we are not having any validation now. So I'm going to apply this YAML, no cell, and you see it's got created because we are not having any validation. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to apply this validation using KubeBuilder markers. So you see I've applied 2 validation. This is the KubeBuilder marker called X validation, using which you can write your cell expression inside the rule. You see this rule part. I have added this validation that defining that replica should be within the range between min replica and max replica. And I can increase the font size maybe. Yeah. And this is the message I wanted it to print. You can skip it or you may put it. So we can use this KubeBuilder markers to build this this Xdash Kubernetes dash validation block. So at the top, I have written this in the spec level, and at the bottom, I have written this in the replica level, because using this validation, I want to ensure that my replica should be an even number. It should not be an odd number. So I'm going to rebuild this CRD using make generate, make manifest, and I am also going to install this CRD in my kind cluster. Okay. The new CRD got built. It's got applied to my kind cluster. And you can also check it out, the latest CRD here. And did I add it? Yeah, it's added. And sorry. Oh yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Save the file. Yeah, I've applied the YAML. And if I check the new CRD, yeah, you see the new validation blocks is getting added. So it's this one is the spec level, and at top this one is the replica level. So I've added 2 validation. Now I'm going to create new resources. First, I will create a wrong resource just to see that these validations are working. So same example, min 2, max 6, replica 9. So I should see 2 error messages. Okay. So I'm going to apply this. Okay. As expected, you are seeing 2 error messages. Your CRD is getting validated. First one is checking the replica is not within the range, and next one is checking the replica is not an even number. So my CRD validation is working with a single cell expression. It's that intuitive, and that's easier. So I'm going to apply a correct YAML. So 2 min replica, 2 max replica, and replica should be 4. So it's validating all the things, like the replica should be within a range and it should be an even number. So I should be able to create the correct resource, and here you go. We have the new resources created. You can check it. OC get my pod. Yeah, you see, only the correct fields are applied. The wrong fields, wrong resources got discarded by cell validation. Do I have time? Yes, I'm having. So I wanted to show another thing. So for some reason, let's say you misspelled some field name. For example, here you can see the field name is min replicas, but while defining this rules, let's say you miss putting this S. So I'm just removing this S. So you see now the field is invalid. I'm going to save this file. I'm going to regenerate my CRD. And I am also installing that CRD. So I'm creating a CRD with a wrong field defined in the cell expression. You see, cell is also catching if you have misspelled any field name. It's telling I do not know what is min replica because the right is min replicas. So cell is pretty helpful to define all your CRD rules pretty easily. All right, so what are the takeaways? So we can use KubeBuilder markers, which will be basically translated to this x-kubernetes-validation block. We can use CRD validation using cell to make our CRD self-contained and declarative. Declarative because all your rules are present inside the CRD itself. The way we are writing all the beautiful YAMLs, you can write your CRD validation rule using the YAML itself. Cell can handle your complex expression. It can do cross-field validation. It can also do immutability check. So all the major use cases where we need to use your webhooks, we can replace that using CRD validation with cell. It's also lightweight, and it's pretty much safe to run directly inside the Kube API server. So cell expression, if you go to the implementation part, you will see this cell validation is getting added directly inside the API server. So you do not need to use any webhook and register it using the validation webhook YAML, tell the API server, a hell lot of things. So I think these are the good enough reasons why we should start thinking beyond webhooks and start writing our CRD validation using cell. Before I wrap up, a bonus tip for you. There is a website called Cell Playground, which you can use to quickly validate and play around your cell expression. It will look like this. Okay, so at the left-hand side, you will write all your cell expression. At the right-hand side, you will write your CRD and you will run it. And it will output, you will get it's valid or not. Yeah, for this expression, it's valid. So you can play around with different composition. You do not need to have the entire cluster. You just use cell breakdown to play with your cell expression. Yeah, I think with that, I would like to thank you all for your time and attention and for celebrating simplicity with me. I hope it was useful to you, and I will look forward to your question if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chirag, for this insightful presentation. Now I request Kapil to give away the moment. Have a huge round of applause for Chirag for giving us such an insights from his presentation. Ooh. Thank you so much. There are a couple of announcements. So please visit all the booths if you have not visited. Can we have slides? Please visit all the booths, and there is magic box placed outside near the registration desk. Drop in all your booth tracker there, and there is a chance to win big in that. Also, yeah, so this is what I was talking about. Visit all the booths and drop in your booth trackers. Next, gigging out at all sessions. So attend at least 3 sessions and tweet photos. Tag KCD Hyderabad and stand a chance to win CK, CKD exam vouchers worth $400 each. Next, there is also tea giveaway. So follow Devrel Squad on all social handles. You can see their QR scanners here. List your key takeaways from the Women in Tech panel. Snap a pic with panel, add your takeaway from that session, and tag Devrel Squad once again there. And show the tweet, story, post, and get your cool tea on the spot. Next. And we also have a job board placed outside on the 5th floor. So please, you can go there and place your hiring, any requirements are there. Thank you. With this, it's now time to move on with our next speaker, who is Manoj from Uto. We'll be talking about Kubernetes Unleashed, how we boosted performance and slashed cost by 60%. He's the founder and CTO of Uto, India's first public cloud provider and skilled technology leader and industry speaker. So please give a big hand to Manoj on the stage. Woo! Keep capturing photos and tag KCD Hyderabad whenever you're posting. We have few tracks running on the 7th floor, so feel free to attend those also.
Done.
Yeah, so we are all set. Please welcome Manoj on the stage.
Thank you.
Have a huge round of applause for Manoj.
Do we have clicker? Clicker. हेलो हैदराबाद, थोड़ी एनर्जी बनाइए भाई. हिंदी आती है? थोड़ा थोड़ा. Awesome. थोड़ी एनर्जी बनाइएगा. I'll speak in English and Hindi mix, right? So this is not about just the technical part, how you can build things in terms of code, how can you develop CRD and other applications related to cloud and Kubernetes. This is about how can you run Kubernetes at less cost. You can reduce the cost about 60-70% with Uto if you're using other hyperscalers. All right. So before going ahead, since we are meeting first time, is it okay I can tell about me and the Utho? Is it okay? Perfect. So my name is Manoj Dhanda. I am founder and CTO of Utho. Utho is India's we're currently using so and so hyperscalers, which were from the international market. Then I decided why no Indian person can build it. Then we researched on it and we started building it. In 2018, we launched India's first cloud platform, Utho. I've been speaking with multiple associations like SOCHAM, CII, and other government panels. I also been on the TV channels and the media houses. I love to do podcasting. I love to share what I learned from my life, how I can contribute to the world in terms of sharing my knowledge, sharing what mistake I did, which you can ignore and success in your life. So this is about Utho. Utho is simple, secure, and reliable platform. And at the same time, be able to reduce the cost about 60%. So these were the problem which we'll solve. One is complexity, these were challenges, and the concerns from the industries, reliability, high cost, performance, support. I will go a little faster because I have just 10 minutes. So our data center, it's 7 data center across the world, 5 data center in India, 2 data center outside India. We built in the same data center where AWS and other hyperscaler are built their infrastructure. We're using NTT and Equinix infrastructure who are leader in the data center industry. And I'm proud to say that one of the Indian cloud platform is ranked at first on the G2 platform in simplicity. This is one of the achievement for India and Bharat. आप clap कर सकते हैं, right? How many of you want you build something and that particular platform should be used not only in India but by global market? How many of you want? You all are developers, all are innovators, right? This is what dream I see, and we are working on this. So these are the product line we have. We have multiple kind of EC2 scalable instances, high memory, CPU shared, and Kubernetes bare metal, block storage, and other services which a developer's market required. We are continue building it based on the requirement and the feedback from the market. We featured in multiple media houses. This is what we got the feedback from the professional community LinkedIn. Whatever we did, how appreciated it was. These are our clients. These are not to show just how many clients we are serving or what kind of client. These are the giants in their industries. If you look at this particular line, this is cloud telephony. 80% of call from the India, if you call to any toll-free number, call to any bank, call to any education institution, you name any, going from our data center. This is what and how the auto infrastructure is reliable. And these are other clients from different segments, from the manufacturing, from the payment gateways, from the insurance sectors, and so on. So let's talk about Kubernetes now, how Kubernetes is effective with Utho, how you can deploy Kubernetes cluster, how can you manage at the lowest cost, and with the simplicity. So these are the cutting edge technology we are using in our Kubernetes cluster. You don't need to install it. It's automatically built for the higher network and the storage performance. So this is the demonstration. This is the video recorded because I have only 10 minutes. So I have to go to the Kubernetes clusters. Then we have a screen to deploy and select any location you want to deploy. You put the name of the cluster. Select the Kubernetes version that you required. Add the node pool you need. These are the node groups. You can add add as many as 250 node pools in just single cluster. You can select the VPC cluster, select the cloud firewalls, the security group, your Kubernetes. You don't need to separately manage it. You can do it from the user interface only. You can select the CPU model you require for specific applications and the performance. Done. It will take just few seconds or maybe 1 or 2 minutes to deploy up to 15, 20 nodes. This is as fast as it is. So once it is deployed, it will show all the node pools where you can see the monitoring graphs, users utilizations. So these are the node pool groups and the nodes which is attached. You can see all the memory, all the CPU and bandwidth utilizations here. If you need to resize this particular group, you can do it from here. You can add multiple nodes, or you want to add the new node pool, you can do it from the screen as well. If you forget to add the security groups, you can add from here. You can add as many as security group to a single cluster. Then you can download the kubeconfig file to connect with the cluster. Once this is done, is it visible? No. Yeah, so this is ready with 2 nodes, right? So you'll have the same experience what you're having with the different hyperscalers. So now this is how our Kubernetes cluster have their own controller with the CRD. If you want to deploy any application with the Utho load balancer, it will be deployed automatically at Utho. This is how you need to deploy the YAML files. We have the sample files which you can modify or you can make your own. So this is service created. So we have 2 type of load balancers. One is a network and second is application load balancer. So this is for the application load balancer. So this video basically has a audio with it, but due to the presentation, we have muted it. So we explain everything, how you can assign the node ports, how you can expose any port on the load balancer automatically. You will have the live status of the load balancer. It's now in the pending state, deploying. So this is all about how can you have the same experience what you already have. Because saving cost should not result in, leaving your comfort zone. Saving cost should not something leaving your reliability. Yes. So you see automatically all the target groups are created. The nodes are added automatically. And the load balancer deployed. Now, if you go to the load balancer IP address, we'll see how it works. Yes, so load balancer is done, and you have the load balancer IP. Done. So this is the load balancer. You have the access of your app services. This is about the network. I'll skip it. Now let's talk about if you have the same experience, would you have the better performance? Yes, with Utho, you will have the better performance with any hyperscalers. We promise and we make commitment. Leaders in the data center industry, the same used by them. We're using the Dell and HP servers because to provide you the reliability and better performance in terms of your instances. We're using latest AMD and the Intel CPUs. We're using SAP storage for the scalability. With the SAP, you can add as many as petabytes you want to add in storage. We're using the KVM technology used by all hyperscalers. So all the technologies, same data centers, the better hardware, and at the less price. This is what Utho is doing. This is what Indian cloud provider is doing in the market. What I believe is, if you are in India, why you pay in dollars? US market having the high buying rate. That's why everything is costly. Why the Indian market should pay that amount? Why should not Indian market to pay in INRs and get the resources at the lowest price? So you will get the lowest price, but you will have all the technology, all the data center infrastructure better what other hyperscalers are using. So this is our architecture of the network. Anything goes down in a network and IS this is what our rack capacity, just 2 minutes. This is what our rack capacity. When we talk about scalability, so we have in single rack about 18,000 GB of the RAM capacity. And we have about 3,072 CPUs in just a single rack. And imagine our data center having thousands of rack capacity. Scalability is no more concern here. We're using 40 Gbps private network and 10 Gbps public network for the better network performance. And when you pay for your resources, you can pay for the hourly. You can go for the longer term, for example, monthly and the annually billing for getting the non-predictable billings, right? So you will have the predictable billing with the monthly and hourly billings. 24 hours human support, which will not get from anywhere. If you have any challenges in your application or architecture, you can feel free to call our support. We will not charge anything for the phone call, just to have a talk with you. This is the price comparison. This is how much you can save with Utho. And imagine, if you have a 100 node cluster with any hyperscalers, it will cost about $80,000. You count with any configuration. This is just an estimate. With Utho, the same resources will get about $12,000. This is what an Indian provider is doing. This is what you can save for your organizations. So this is what Vijay is one of the Pune company, one of the MNC. They moved from the AWS and they save about 30 to 40%. Not only this, they did a lot of innovations with Utho. They built some operators with us. They said, wow, maja aa gaya. We never see such platform, the cost part. Not only they save cost, they save jobs in their organizations. They save the products which was stopped due to the high cost. You may experience you building something and you got a call from your manager, hey, please stop it. It's about 18 hours, your server is still running, right? They're building faster with us. And we also doing the collaborations. So my vision is not just to provide services. My vision, how India can grow, how any developer market from India can grow. And we are finding people who can take us to the people who really need Utho's services. So this is what we did. ये फोटो नहीं आ रहा है कर सकते हैं कुछ इसको रिफ्रेश कीजिएगा प्लीज चेक इंटरनेट चल रहा है क्या इंटरनेट नहीं चल रहा है So we tied up with Shubham, who running a YouTube channel and who is the DevOps trainer, How many of you know Subham? Train with Subham channel? How many of you know? Okay, thank you. आएगा, I'll show it. Perfect. Then we can move ahead अगर नहीं आ रहा है तो, है ना? This is what is आएगा. What I learned in the life, if any glitch is coming, whoever coming on the stage, screen नहीं चल रहा है कुछ भी है, you can clap, right? You standing here for you, not for anyone else. Thank you. So we did collaborations with Train with Subham, and Subham come to us and say, hey Manoj, we need help. We are using AWS, and the people who come to me for the training purpose, they need to spend the thousands of rupees at the AWS. And there are people who don't have such money. Can you help them? Can you help them out? And we say, yeah, this is what we need. This is what we want to do. So we collaborate with Shivam. We are supporting up to 500 students who are using Utho services for next 3 months free of cost. Right? So if any of you are here trainer who train people, who help other to come to the market, learn DevOps services, feel free to talk to our team. We will able to help you to provide free credits for your students. Now, you listen patiently. This is what I have to offer for you. Any of you can get for next 30 days the free infrastructure from Utho. Up to 50,000 rupee credit you will have. You can scan this QR code for the 50,000 rupee credit. And if you are from the large corporation, you have the large infrastructure, and you feel like 50,000 mein kya hoga bhai, hai na? So you can come to our booth. You can fill that particular boarding pass where you will have up to 25 lakhs credit for next 3 months for try and experience Utho platform. Thank you so much.
We are still in trance of this demo, so thank you so much. I request Kapil to give away the memento. After this upcoming session, we'll be having a group photo. So please hang tight. Don't move here and there. Please have a huge round of applause for Manoj. Thank you. Coming up on the stage, we have Sneha, who is software engineer at Uptix, focused on delivery quality across cloud native and security products. Also, along with her, we have Raj Shekhar, who is having 14 years of experience. So please have a huge round of applause for both of them on the stage.
Just doing a sound check. Am I audible to everybody? Perfect. Am I just audible to only few guys in front, or can everybody hear me at the back? I expected a little bit more energy from Hyderabad because the last time I was at your meetup, I was actually shocked. So whenever Atul came over to me and asked me to come and present here, I actually did have butterflies in my stomach. So can you all hear me there? Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Something more about how we can have this all integrated into an observability platform, and how you can use most of the open source tools, plus everything that we've been seeing all about securing Kubernetes at a go. So what are the topics we're essentially going to cover today? We'll just see some of the security concerns which we know about on multi-tenancy environments. And we can identify, classify some of the risk elements, 4 different types of risks which we will be looking at. And we'll also have a small demo to show you the same, followed by how can we go ahead and develop a framework to protect against these risks. And how do we achieve that end-to-end multi-tenancy that's all the way from the code to the cloud? So these are some of the things that we will be discussing in this short 30-minute window. So let's start. What is multi-tenancy? What is single tenancy? When I first created my Kubernetes cluster, it was just a normal unmanaged cluster that I created. I had all the resources in the cluster to be used, and I had some of those pods running. I was very happy, but I don't think I made my organization very happy with just using that one cluster. We were using a lot of clusters, or we had folks who were, or organizations coming to us for using a large number of clusters because they had a lot of applications to be deployed. So when we had organizations or people coming to us, what happened is there were some key performance indicators that they came up with. One being cost optimization, which is the most important. They did not want to have a lot of costs coming up from Amazon or Google or Azure into their buckets. Next is we needed to see how we could better utilize our resources which were there in a single cluster to have at least copies of our application running. So that is the basic concept by what we talk about in terms of multi-tenancy. You either have multiple applications or the same instance of the application running on your cluster, utilizing the available resources effectively. So when we talk about multi-tenancy, it brings in a lot of good things to us. For example, we have scalability improved, we have our costs reduced, and we have our resource usage also on a better scale. But when we talk from a security standpoint, when we have a lot of these things happening, we have a lot of applications running on the same cluster, we have a major issue of having one tenant giving one tenant the isolation that it requires from another tenant. And when we are trying to achieve this, there are other threat actors available in the market who's coming to try to see whether they can steal things out of this because we're using shared resources across. So that's where a security person has to come in to ensure that, whatever one tenant sees is not available to another tenant. Simple example, I log into my HDFC bank account in the morning today and I'm able to see Raj Shekhar's details. I think I'll be happy seeing those details, but that's not my details. There is some data that's gone across and that's not what we are expecting. So how do we go about it? Now, let's consider a thief just entering into your house. He would have some kind of things that he would perform there. Simple example, which room is he in? He's got the initial access, so he's not moved in from your front door, he's jumped in from some window, or he's come from your back door. He's moved in. He's going to go check what are the security cameras available, what are the valuable items which are available that he can take and go back. And from that specific space that he is in, he can also go into the different places in your house and also do whatever he wants to. Now forget the thief and the house. Let's consider a cluster and a hacker who comes into this place. Simply put, an exposed pod somewhere is the only thing that he needs to gain entry into your cluster. Once he gets that entry or that initial access, he can go forward, check all the audit logs which are there. That gives him a lot of information about your sensitive data, where your secrets are, what is happening. And with that, he can actually laterally move across. That is, you can move across from one tenant to another tenant, and then finally maybe reach up to your S3 bucket where all the information that you have is stored. And how can you achieve this? With whatever Kubernetes itself provides, your RBAC controls as well. So this is a way in which a threat actor would come in, make the exploit, and then leave, and you wouldn't even know about it. So how do I go solving this problem? We've discussed some of the risk factors which is already existing within Kubernetes or within the environments that we are using right away. So it's better that we classify things and then, for example, if you just type in how we want to achieve security, you can see enforce OPA gatekeeper policies. You can have network policies specified. You can have a lot of monitoring tools like Prometheus or Grafana being used. All that is going to be helpful, but how can we get all of these together to see that, okay, I have done my admission webhooks. I've provided my network policies. I'm able to see things. But on the final go, if you're planning to give only very minimum access to your cluster or to the resources in your cluster, every developer or every person working on it would find it so much more difficult to develop things. So with keeping all those considerations in mind, we have classified those risks into identity, network, supply chain, as well as the runtime and storage risks. So let's move on to the next slide, where we will actually consider each of the risks, and we will also see a demo of how we have an observability platform built out of this. Now, in case of an identity risk or any solutioning that we think, I have parallelly taken a small reference from our MITRE ATT&CK framework. If all of you know about it, we have a set of techniques, we have a set of sub-techniques which are defined there. So these are the ways in which an attacker can come in, an attacker can exploit, and what are the type of attacks or attack paths that it can take. Things like that are defined there. So in the same format, I've taken three components here. One is the initial access. How did he get the entry? Lateral movements. How did he move across? And also the data exfiltration or the exploit. The final part where he takes away whatever is your thing. Now, let's take this example. I have 3 teams, which are nothing else but 3 tenants on a cluster. Now, there is a threat actor who finds out that there is a pod exposed somewhere. He gains access to that pod. And then what happens is in Kubernetes, whenever you create a normal Kubernetes cluster, specifically in managed cloud services, what happens is you have the auto-mount service account token always set to true. So that means anybody who gains access to your cluster can auto-mount service account tokens. And that actually gives a lot of capability to that threat actor. Why? Because most of the service accounts that you have or the namespaces that you create would all go into your default service account. Now that default service account gives overly permissive, that is an overly permissive account which gives access to other namespaces which can exist in other tenants. Or here we have each tenant given to one namespace. So then with that specific default service account token that he got access to, you are going to be linking that service account to some namespaces which were associated with that default service account. And those namespaces will also have a set of role bindings associated with it. And in those role bindings, if at all you give a lot of privileges or permissions, for example, an escalate permission on a pod, that's it. You escalate, the pod can become a privileged pod. Easily, you can gain access to everything that's there in your S3 bucket or even to your secrets. So that's how we initially started, just with a pod. We moved across with a service account. We combined the service account with a namespace. The namespace got associated to role bindings. From the RBAC controls, we were able to get more capability in order to get into your S3 buckets. So that is the example that we saw. Now, let's show you how we can have a solutioning done around this. Now, this is basically a detection that has got generated. That is basically an alert that is being generated because a pod was created with overprivileged service accounts. And if you look on that other side there, you can see an attack matrix, which shows it is a privilege escalation. Now, moving here, you can actually see all details of which is that service account which was used, the specific service account's name. Now, we've got details to the service account. Now, we need to also know what are the specific set of privileges that that service account has. Okay. So now here, if you're going to be filtering by the name of the service account that we found out there, you would be able to get details about all the permissions which are given or the privileges which are given to that service account. You have get, list, etc. And what are the other set of pods which are associated with that service account. And we can also see that those pods had vulnerabilities detected in each of them. That means it makes it much more easier for the attacker who comes in to scrape through your whole system. And here what you can also see is the set of workloads where you are able to see wildcard permissions given. So a wildcard permission given makes it much more easier for an attacker. You just scrape through faster than ever before. So that is how we actually can generate or move from an alert that we received or a detection that we received all the way to figuring out or digging deep down into the service account, moving into a specific pod, getting details of the pods and the vulnerabilities, and finally we can actually build policies over on these such that we can make use of Kyverno or we can make use of OPA Gatekeeper, create policies based on this so that we have proactive monitoring, which tells us that, okay, you know what, we've just done a small audit on your system today in the morning and we found out we have these many failures reported on this specific policy. That gives you a clear picture of something going wrong, which you can look into. That's how we went about identity risks. Now, moving forward, we're just going to be talking about supply chain risks. The topic by itself is huge. So I'm just considering 4 components to just talk about how code makes its way all the way to the cloud. Simply put, you write some code, a developer writes some code, puts it into GitHub. From GitHub, moves it into a build tool like Jenkins. From there, you store it somewhere. And then you pull that image, deploy it as a pod which is running into your Kubernetes cluster. This is a simple example of a supply chain I'm considering to explain. Now, when we have this supply chain components, we need to make sure that each of these components in the supply chain are risk proof. That means each of these components shouldn't be detecting or shouldn't be reporting vulnerabilities, should be compliant, okay? And we should also make sure that we do not have any malwares or secrets getting reported. That is in each of these components in silos, as well as when that piece of code moved across these components, all the way from point A till the point it reached your Kubernetes cluster. So that whole chain of events can also be something that an attacker is looking for. So the minute he sees there is a vulnerability in your Jenkins build or in your Jenkins machine when that specific image was getting built, that's it. That's so much more easier for him to start the attack at that point, and we wouldn't even know. We would maybe know this only when at the point when you deploy that image in your cluster, and then the image, if you have a monitoring system, the image which is deployed, or the pods would actually show up with vulnerabilities. So you have to go back and then look at 4 important components when you consider the supply chain risks. 1, you need to scan each and every component for vulnerabilities, malwares, secrets. You need to achieve some amount of traceability. That is, where did we go and how can we move back and see what is happening. Then we go into provenance, which is nothing else but you need to see what was the security of each of the components when there was action happening and when it was all in silos. And an integrity. An integrity is more about using something like cosign, etc., to give a signature to your image. So that is at least giving you confidence your image is free of many things. It's more like achieving, or providing a certificate over. So how do I see this whole thing that I explained in action so that we can already have an idea of the vulnerabilities getting reported? So now this is just a small place where I have some of my clusters. And in this specific cluster demo ATK, I can actually see that in that specific namespace, within that pod, there are vulnerabilities being reported. So there is an image that is deployed there. You select the image, you can get all the details which are associated to the image. Now, you can see that it has already been cosigned. So that signature is already there, which means it's safe. But still, we are able to see vulnerabilities getting reported, right? So that doesn't look all that great. So let's go deep dive and then see what exactly happened there. So if you look at this picture here, it basically shows you the whole path the code took all the way from the time it was created, a commit was raised, a PR was approved, to the point where it reached Jenkins, and then it made its way into JFrog repo, and then it got deployed into any of your clusters. Okay, so you can see there is some amount of reports which are generated all across the path. So let's go deep dive and then see what each of the reports look like. So now let's go click on the cluster. So on the cluster end, you can see okay, let's start from the pull request. So this is basically essentially the pull request that was raised. So we've done a round of checks on this. How many violations were reported? How many commits went through? How many reviews did we get? Okay, so each of these are parameters which we have considered for monitoring what has gone wrong at GitHub end. And we can also make use of GitHub Actions that's already available on GitHub to make sure that, okay, we have this amount of code verified. So it even shows us who is the person who approved it. So usually we need to have at least 2 approvers. So here we've got only 1 approval and it's already gone through, and we've created a big blast at our production. So we're going back to figure out what's happening here. Now this is at GitHub end. We can use code control. GitHub controls are also available. So we've also integrated that extra specific controls along with the controls we have given. Now this is more on the repository end. So on the repository end, we can also use some compliance standards to do your checks. So that will give you more clarity that, okay, your system was compliant at that point in time when that image was pushed into it or it was built. And you can deep down, and on this is basically showing you more details on what were the vulnerabilities which were reported at that specific point in time. So this is happening all at Jenkins. That was our build tool that we used. So we've done checks over there. But that's what I'm trying to show at the end is, even though it was co-signed, we had a signature which was given to it. We saw vulnerabilities getting reported. And then when we traced back all the way, we were able to find that the vulnerabilities were generated right from the point where the code was actually pushed into GitHub itself. And each of those vulnerabilities rolled like a ball and then became a wonderful thing at the end when we deployed it as an image inside your specific cluster. So that is what we actually had in terms of supply chain risk. And Rajshekhar will just take you through the network risks and a demo followed by a wrap up.
Hello, you can hear me, right? Yeah, so I'm going to cover the network risk part of thing. So what is a network risk in a multi-tenancy Kubernetes environment? So basically, if there is a pod which is exposed to the internet through misconfigured security groups, I am talking about a EKS environment, AWS environment. So I'm taking a EKS cluster as my example. So if there is a pod exposed because of the misconfigured security groups, the attacker can get the access to that pod, and then he can navigate to other tenants' pod if there are no network policies configured. Basically, we have to use the Cilium based CNI or the Calico based CNI where we can configure a proper network policies to allow communication between different services running on a pod through the labels or through namespaces or the port ranges you can specify. So suppose if there is a database service running on a specific port, you can have a rule saying that it's only connect to the database service from the guy who is inserting into the database or reading from the database, not to the other services which are running. So we can have those kind of network policies. So if you don't have those kind of network policies configured, so the attacker can connect to a different pod, and then if they have network host access configured, and if that pod has a privileged access to host network, he can connect to the host as well because he has the access to host network. So there are tools, MITRE tools, which we attacker can use and gain access to the host machine where that pod is being running. So with that, once he gains the access to node, he can stop the services running on that. He can gain the entire control on that node, or he can move to other EC2 instances on the EC2 instances on the AWS platform, and then he can connect to S3 buckets, or he can do whatever he wants once he gains access to all EC2 machines running on your AWS cloud. So how do we avoid those things? So I'm going to explain how to. So basically, have a network policy which always denies communication between namespaces or the pods which are running on your system, and then open the connections or open the policies which are needed. So let's say database connection, it's only required. So open the policies for that particular port, and then you can measure the network exposures by configuring the network policies properly or security groups properly. And then, yeah, that's CNI policies always enforcement mode, always deny the communication between the namespaces across the different tenants. So that will avoid lateral movement between the different tenants. And then the next thing is you should always deny host network. Don't use a host network set to true in your deployment AMLs. So that it can cause, basically the attacker can gain access to nodes. So I'm going to give a simpler demo where we can see all these things stitched together. We can see the data exfiltrations from S3 bucket. So this is one of the risks we are showing here on this cluster. So this is host network access with a container, and then malwares are also running. Yeah. So this is my pod or the container. You can see this has internet access. Yeah. Yeah, so this has a open port 22, and it has a vulnerabilities also, that container which is running on that my cluster. So attacker can, because of that vulnerabilities and the misconfiguration, he can gain the access to that pod. And then there is a host network access given to that pod. That's a misconfiguration in the pod level. So with that, he can gain access to EC2 instance where it is running. So from there, he can gain access to other EC2 instances, and then he can get the control to IAM roles, and then using that IAM.
Three, two, one. We love Hyderabad biryani. Okay, I think we can now go for our biryani.
Let's reconvene here at 2:30. Let's reconvene here at 2:30. Lunch is served outside. Please keep your lunch coupons handy.
Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Megha. And if you're hiring, we have a job board place outside. We have seen a couple of job postings. I hope those converts into offers soon. this mic and talk. Just raise your. Oh, that's great. So first of all, please give a big hand to him. Have a round of applause for Abhishek.
Hi everyone, this is Abhishek from Splunk. So I had the opportunity to be part of many communities before. I led the Splunk user group community and have been a part of the DevOps, SRE and Python community at Hyderabad. But by far, this has been one of the best events that I have attended. So kudos to the organizing team and hats off to all the volunteers. And the best part was the food. Yeah, we all love the sessions, but we love the food even more. How many of you agree with this? Give us a shout out. Yeah. So kudos to your team and thanks for the experience. Hope to be connected and attend your next meetups.
Thank you so much, Abhishek, for this. Doesn't anyone want to give any or talk about experiences of KCD? If you are connected with any new members, or maybe how did you approach and network with the people? Anyone? Okay. Okay, please give a big hand for Uday.
So first of all, thanks for all the organizers for conducting such an amazing event with such an audience in Hyderabad. It's rare to see such developer communities. And the stalls, food, everything was amazing. And this experience is going to stay for a long time. And we wanted to have many more such events again and again. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Uday. Anyone wants to talk about it? KCD, come on. Oh, great. Now, upcoming, we also have women in tech session. So we have here women.
Hello, good morning. Not good morning. I didn't get responses, means we are really attending lunch session after lunch, right? Good afternoon, everyone. Not bad. Okay. Chalega itna. Okay. So I am Kanika Maurya. I'm working in JP Morgan. My office is just next to this building. Okay. So yeah, talking about KCD, it's really good that it is happening first time at Hyderabad. So yeah, really happy to attend because I was always looking for the why KCD is not happening at Hyderabad. Okay, I was supposed to join KCD Kerala, but due to some reasons I could not join there. So it's really great that we are organizing this KCD at Hyderabad, and yeah, I connected with a lot of new people, so it's a great opportunity to connect with people. It also give exposures on the new technology which is in the market. So yeah, it's really good to be here. So thank you so much for organizing this.
Thank you so much, Kanika, for this. So as she has mentioned, she was about to attend Kerala, KCD Kerala, and we pulled in her here maybe. So maybe it's going to be a great event. Anyone wants? This would be last. Okay, we have a couple of hands, but let's wrap it up quickly.
Sure. So I'm Tarun, and this is my first KCD attending, and I felt the sessions until today were so insightful, and I'm really looking forward to the months coming ahead. Thank you so much, and thanks for all the organizers as well.
Thank you so much, Tarun, for this. So I saw a hand here. Okay, maybe this will be the last feedback session.
Hi everyone, I am Rajat from a company called Commerce IQ, and I actually thought that I disagree actually with the food thing. So I am enjoying the sessions a lot, and the session I liked the most was the one. It was a keynote session which had AI Kubernetes role in AI, basically generative AI, right? So that was something I was really looking forward to since I saw the whole schedule, and yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a huge round of applause for him also, maybe for everyone out there. Thank you. I hope everyone has charged themselves. I saw a few hands still going up, but let me see if we have time. Okay, we can take one more feedback. Maybe the last one. Please, can you please raise your hand again? I saw someone here. Oh, hand has gone down, so maybe I will have to return. Anyways, so I hope everyone has charged themselves. So let's quickly have a big shout out for KCD Hyderabad. I hope everyone is enjoying, right? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. More energy we require. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's the spirit. In a moment, we'll start our session. We'll be having our chief guest keynote, who is Jayesh Ranjan, IS. Let's wait for a minute and he'll be here. Please welcome our chief guest, Jayesh Ranjan. Have a huge round of applause for him. So let's start with this. We have our chief guest here in the hall. We have a privilege of welcoming a distinguished leader whose contributions have significantly shaped a landscape of technology in Telangana. He is a visionary with a wealth of knowledge and experience that spans across various sectors and disciplines. Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, an IS officer from 1992 batch, serves as the Special Chief Secretary of Industries and Commerce and IT departments in Telangana. Once again, let's have a huge round of applause for him. Now I welcome Mr. Jayesh Ranjan to address the audience.
Thank you very much. This clock shows 25 minutes, but I don't have that much of time. I'll put on my own clock. I need to keep 3 o'clock, so no worries. I put my clock also. But thank you very much. First of all, my apologies. I was supposed to be here. I could not. I'm very happy to spend some short time with you now. And more than anything else, I feel very happy to see that there is a large cloud native community, Kubernetes community in Hyderabad. There's something I was not really aware about. And to see all of you, I was told that more than 300 people registered, and obviously most of you are here. So this is something which is very, very encouraging. So this is also a very timely kind of a conversation. And I'll explain to you why I find this to be the best timing to have this kind of interaction, to develop a good understanding, because I'm very keen that this community, the cloud native community, the Kubernetes community, it works very closely with the government. In fact, I'll go back in time and I'll share some backstory. Many of you would be aware that some of the largest global cloud service providers have made big time investments in Telangana. AWS, Microsoft, Nextra, just to give some names, have done some of the biggest investments ever in India, in Hyderabad, in Telangana. They've set up data centers. Initially, for example, just to let you know about Microsoft, they came to the government telling that they will set up 3 data centers of a particular capacity. And once they felt that this is a great place and the government is very supportive, they have doubled their investment size. The same is true of AWS as well. So while all this was happening, we also knew that a few other states are also competing for that investment. Telangana was, of course, in the top of their shortlist, but there was competition from some other states also. So just to kind of soften that deal, we also told them that we will give lots of government business also to you, because government itself has, as you would know, legacy data centers. It's all in premise. Very little of it has migrated to cloud. So we also thought that this will be a good opportunity to bring modernity, bring advanced technologies in government's own data management, etc. So we made this deal, and we also realized that if we have committed this deal to the CSPs like AWS and Microsoft, we also need to motivate all the government departments. First of all, make them aware about advantages of cloud, tell them about cloud computing, also give them cost benefit analysis. So Telangana as a government was possibly the first state to bring out its own cloud adoption framework. And some of you, if you want to, you can look it up on the net. It's there on our website, it.telangana.gov.in. This was introduced in 2020, so 4 years have gone by. Not to say that nothing has happened. We have succeeded in moving some very critical pieces of government databases, the analytics which are accompanying those databases. For example, there's a very important application that we use which is called e-office. So all the government files move electronically. So the entire management happens today on cloud. There's a large health insurance program called Arogya Shri that has migrated to cloud, and so on and so forth. But it is not to say that everything has been very rosy. In the cloud adoption framework, the document that I'm referring to, if you care to go through it, you will find that we have provided a very kind of simple, basic, dumbed down version. Even a person who has hundreds of questions about what is cloud, why should we migrate, what is wrong with having our facilities in the state data center, what about security, what about costing. All these things have been answered, and then there is a provision of supporting you throughout the steps. There is also a very important issue of what do you do with that legacy kind of systems. As you know, this has been a big challenge across decades in the world of technology. What do you do with legacy software, hardware solutions? How do you transition? So we have provided for those kind of challenges or mental roadblocks also. What do you do with legacy? And then how do you evaluate whether the decision to move to a particular cloud platform has really helped you? Has your costs come down? Has your security increased? Has your compute ability improved? And so on and so forth. But obviously, as I said, it has not been very, very kind of encouraging. So what we have decided in the last maybe about a year or so is that we will set up a center of excellence on cloud computing here in Hyderabad. And we will ask some of these large cloud service providers to develop it as a collective initiative. It is not wedded to a particular Microsoft or an AWS or anything. They all obviously offer their knowledge, offer their insights, etc., etc. But the government essentially runs it in partnership with these entities. And the idea is also to help startups. There are many startups who are not able to today access cloud infrastructure because of costs, because of the scale at which they operate. And we also, as a country, as you know, there is a very important push on ensuring that what is called as Atmanirbhar, that make in India products, homegrown solutions are given priority. In fact, I'm happy to see them. They are cloud service providers whose solution has been developed in Hyderabad. They represent Bharat Cloud. It is a homegrown initiative, and I was with them recently. I learned from them that in a short period of time, they have been able to onboard 300 plus enterprises. So obviously there is a need to encourage. So one of the challenge they face is that while it is a homegrown solution, it is a homegrown product, their entire development team is located in Hyderabad. There is a proof of technology, there is a proof of revenue generation. But the challenge that they face is that they have not yet been registered or empaneled with the Government of India, MeitY, that is. As you know, Meg policy, Meg Raj, Meg Doot policy of Government of India. you need to be empaneled for the governments to take your services. That has not happened. So we felt that all these issues can be circumvented if we have our own center of excellence, which focuses not just on hardware, but also looks at cloud computing, edge computing, which has become very important. And how do you also provide opportunities to startups who are in Hyderabad? Incidentally, in this very institution where we are coincidentally having this conference, this is the mecca of innovation of startups. So many of these startups, of course, we do have arrangements with Google and AWS and others. Some cloud credits are provided, but is that sufficient, or can we do something beyond just providing cloud credits, etc.? So the point I'm trying to make is that this is the next big step that we are taking. The cloud adoption framework is already there, which is pretty robust. The next big step, as I said, is this cloud center of excellence. But as I told you, we were kind of ignorant about some of the concepts that you espouse, particularly cloud native. How do you ensure that applications by design are meant for cloud applications rather than developing it in an in-premise way and then trying to migrate it to cloud, etc. So as I said, while we set up center of excellences, while we look at more and more adoption of cloud within the government, this is the right time, as I said, to have understanding of what you do, what value do you bring on the table. And as I said, I feel very enthusiastic to see that there is a community around this domain, which helps us quite a lot. Instead of trying to figure out who is good at what and wasting lots of resources and energy in identifying the right fit between what the government expects and what the industry can offer, there is this community which is here in the form of Cloud Native Computing Foundation. So that helps us. I'm also very happy to share with you that many of you would be aware about it, that in the last 10 years, we have done remarkably well in our digital transformation journey. Telangana has been showcased throughout the country as one state which has walked the talk. Everyone speaks about technology, everyone speaks about IT. But when it comes to bringing or introducing technology within government's own processes, these words don't really match your actions. But in Telangana, the reality is very different. There are many governments who have adopted digital solutions in a enormous scale and speed. There are many other departments which are keen to adopt digital technologies because they understand that there are lots of inefficiencies in their internal processes. They know that the outreach to their stakeholders can improve dramatically if they rely on technology. So the pace of digital transformation also will increase quite a lot. As all of you would know, there is a change of government in our state. But one of the key messages that the new leadership has told us is that government should become more and more technology friendly. So as I said, the pace of digital transformation will be much more. We have also, I mean, again, it's a matter of good timing that we have also been able to now close some of the loopholes which were existing for our T-Fiber program. For those who do not know about it, T-Fiber is an initiative of the government to ensure that every home in our state is connected with a reliable optic fiber cable. So broadband at your doorstep is really happening. While we provide broadband at the doorstep, we also know the reality that there will be hundreds and thousands and millions of people who will not be immediately enamored with the fact that there is broadband at the doorstep. Let us say you are a small farmer in some rural and remote area. Let us say you went to sleep today, and tomorrow morning when you wake up, your neighbor tells you that, hey, there is broadband at your home. He's not going to jump in joy and rush to a market and start buying some smart device or a tab, etc. For thousands of people, it will not have any meaning at all. What is this broadband? Why is everyone so excited about it? It just won't register. So we are doing something else as well. We are in the process of setting up digital kiosks in all the villages where this broadband reaches, where assisted facilities will be provided to those who still don't value technology, who don't understand the kind of power of digital. Though, as we all know, through UPIs and all these India Stack, etc., Aadhaar, people are now realizing that digital can make their life easier. But there are many unexplored areas particularly in an ordinary household where they have not really appreciated, not really been made fully aware about the power of digital. So T-Fiber also, some of the connectivity challenges that we were facing, those are getting overcome. We are in the process of setting up assisted kiosks in different villages where people who don't have immediate access to devices or the understanding about the power of digital, someone who knows all this will assist them. And happy to share with you that all these digital kiosks that are going to be set up, these will be run by women entrepreneurs from that village. So it's also a very strong message about making technology inclusive, bringing thousands of rural women. See, people are skeptical. They think that to do these kind of things, you need high levels of education, you must be a BTech and all that. But our experience shows, we have piloted it in some places, you don't require anything more than maybe a 12th class or something. Your interest, your willingness to learn, and then enjoy the world of digital, become a facilitator for hundreds of others in your village who are not really very educated, not really very privileged. That is what matters much more than paper qualifications, etc. I mean, the more qualified you are, the better it is. But qualification is not really a blocker, so to say. Even if you are 12th or 10th, also possibly, it's good to go. So as I said, all these things are aligning at the right time. The digital infrastructure is getting created. Willingness of the government agencies to go whole hog, adopt digital is in the works. The cloud center of excellence is kind of it's a matter of months that we will have it up and running. Enterprises, startups, academic institutions, we would be inviting all of them to participate in the next phase of our digital transformation journey. And cloud native and Kubernetes are concepts which are very relevant today. In fact, we all know, I spoke a while about this stronghold of large companies who push solutions, who push hardware, who push software, and then you are trapped for decades in that legacy. There is a very strong resistance against that kind of thing. This resistance happened. It started possibly a couple of decades ago or 15 years ago in the Silicon Valley area, in rest of the developed world. But gradually we see the same kind of urge in our country also. People don't want to be tied to a proprietary solution or software which completely binds your hand. So making it more democratic, making the internet democratic. We know how Web 3.0 is today really taking off. In fact, just as you have a community on Kubernetes and on cloud native, we have a strong Web3 community also in Hyderabad. Some of you possibly overlap between these two communities, but that is also a movement which is getting its own traction. And as a government, we are very supportive of these kind of movements. So I think the clock has stopped a long time ago. My own clock has shown that I have exceeded 3 p.m. deadline. So I won't speak much. I think you have got a gist of what I wanted to convey, but I look forward to exchanging this idea further, developing it into some kind of a very structured program. I mean, it's very easy to come and say some things and keep telling that I have to leave and rush off, but that is not really what I wanted to do. I really wanted to engage in a serious dialogue, design something which is more structured. As I told you, the Cloud Center of Excellence concept is being developed. Give your inputs, guide us on how a bigger share of that goes to people like Bharat Cloud, people like this community. How can you support the digital transformation that we are trying at the grassroots levels also through this hardware, through this digital infrastructure that we are creating. So let's continue this discussion. And I also thank you for your flexibility. You accommodated me. I know that there are a couple of very interesting panel sessions that you are all looking forward. But thank you for accommodating me, and hope to be in touch with all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, 1 second. So it's a small gift from all of us. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you. And you were speaking about the health programs that government of Telangana did, and I would want to say that I was privileged to be a part of the Kanti Velugu program. I was participated in the analytics one. So thank you so much for your time, and we'll continue the discussions in future. Thank you, sir.
We are still in trance of his speech, but let's move forward. We have now panel discussion, and I hope everyone is here, panelists. Okay, so please help me welcome Bhavani, Megha, Shanta, Pooja, Bhargavi on the stage. Please have a huge round of applause for all of them. Yes. So now I hand over mic to moderator Pooja. I request everyone to please be settled here only.
Hello, can everybody hear me? It's working fine. Hi everyone, thank you so much for being here. The talk by Jayesh Ranjan sir was so wonderful, and I liked where he said that we are breaking the barrier of education to get women in entrepreneurship. You don't have to have 5 different degrees as a woman to make something of yourself. And in this panel, we're going to talk more about what these barriers are and how you and I as a community can break that. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Pooja Sanwal. I work as a growth engineer at Plane, which is an open source project management project. And I work extensively with communities, growth, and marketing. I'm somebody who's just started a career. It's just been 1 or 2 years of working for me. But what I see here right now is more than 50 years of experience. I know it's not just the number of years, but having talked to all these women in the past few weeks to coordinate this event, I've realized the wisdom that they bring to the table is incredible. And I'm so happy all of you are here to listen and absorb all the insights we have to share. So thank you so much for being here. Whatever brings you here, I'm happy that you are sitting here for the next 25 minutes to do this with us. So I will start by introducing Megha. Megha is the wonderful founder and CEO of DevRel Squad. If you are in the DevRel profession, I think you might have heard of this. She has also worked at Apple, Microsoft, MongoDB. She's had a long career of 15 years. Thank you so much for being here, Megha. Next, we have Bhargavi. Bhargavi works right now as a head of corporate technology at BNY Mellon. She's worked at tech giants like Microsoft, and she brings a lot of wisdom and experiences with her. She's also been the VC of American Express. Thanks for being here, Bhargavi. We're really fortunate to have you. Then we have Bhavani. Bhavani right now works as a senior DevOps engineer at Zscaler, and she works really extensively with communities. She's had a huge role in organizing this panel that you're seeing. So really excited to talk to you about communities, Bhavani. And Shanta. Shanta works at Lee's Accelerator, and she's also worked at Deloitte and Wipro for more than, I think, 13 years. So Shanta has had a really impactful career, and we're going to talk about a lot of things. So you'll see. Now, my first question is going to be directed to you, Megha. A lot of our audience today are people who are just starting out in their career, who are young, let's say between the age of 21 to 25. People who have just been in their career for 1 year, people who are doing engineering, people who are doing growth, all sorts of people. But let's assume that they are in tech. If you are here, I'm assuming you are. And for somebody like that, what does it take to get to a CXO level position? That's something, if you have that ambition, you have to prepare early. So what does a woman do to get to that position, and how does she make sure that she gets to that goal? It's a really wide question, I understand, but I would love to hear your insights.
Sure. So it's a very big question, and it's a difficult question. As far as my journey goes and my learning goes, I would like to extract it from the woman perspective and take it to a generic perspective first. So I was at IIT Kharagpur, Kshitij, a few months back, probably a year back. And I remember Ashneer Grover talking about Dogalapan. So I want to say only two things, and I think our chief guest also talked about the same thing. You need only that hunger, that passion for learning, and that is what you need, that pagalpan. And apart from that, you need great people with you. So you need the community. So that is what you need. And agar koi in the age group of 21 to 25 looking forward to become a CXO, right? So I think the biggest thing which I have gained in the past few months or past few days, like 70, 80 days, so you can say roughly 2-3 months, pagalpan, people, and patience. 3 P's of my journey, and I would suggest the same thing. So you have to be very, very patient. Perseverance is one thing, but being patient to work with other people, because everyone brings something to the table. So to get the best out of those people, I have to be patient. I'm working with a lot of Gen Z, and they don't wake up before 11. So my stand-ups happen at 12:30. I cannot say I'm waking up at 5:30. I'm becoming a founder. I am changing my life. You also have to change for me. The best people in the social or the creative UI UX, or even someone just built our product UI UX. They revamped it within a span of 2 hours, 1 to 3. They worked 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. I cannot tell them work in the timings I am telling you to, right? So maybe the best in them comes out at 1 a.m. So I'm not supposed to do that to them. So I think for building the great people, great team, you need to have that patience, and to take everything along, you need to have that perseverance. Because if I talk about CXOs or business, not every day is good. You will have highs, you will have lows. So if you are only working on your good days, then it's not going to take you anywhere. I have worked when I'm crying. Recently, one of my employees or intern, you can put it as intern, their father passed away. We were in the middle of a fun game, and something happened, and she just left. That okay, some incident has happened, and next day we got to know that her father passed away. So we were in a shock. And see, my company is just 70, 80 days old. I don't even have an HR. I act as HR some of the days. I act as recruiter as well. So being a CXO, you have to play a lot of roles, at least for the initial stages startups. If you are in a very established one, then also you might have to play other roles, but that will be rare. So you should be ready for that, as well as importance of values, human virtues over and above anything. So I told her that we didn't have any policy of compassionate leave, but we formed it, and we have given her 15 days, and she can be back whenever she feels comfortable. She's not losing the job or internship at all. So I think to sum it up, 3 P's plus perseverance, so 4 P's, and that's it, I think. And you have to learn and grow. Degrees does not matter. I think that's the bottom line. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that question. So basically, the bottom line is to create an environment where they feel like they are important and they are cared for, and that they are making an impact. So, and also discipline. If that's a quality you have to cultivate from the beginning, because that is going to get you where you want to be. Thank you so much, Megha, for answering that question. Bhargavi, I'm going to direct the next question to you. Following up with what Megha talked about. You've had a long career of almost 20 years, right? It's been 18 to 20 years. That's a long, long time. And I think you started working in 2006, right? So you started your journey with Microsoft. And back, if we talk about 2006 and if we talk about 2024, I think the number of women that are entering tech is now increased a lot. But as we move up the ladder, as we go to the senior and executive positions in tech, we see that there are not a lot of women there still. So I'm going to ask a two-part question. What do you think is the reason that we see a decline in women's number at senior positions? And what are some growth inhibitors that are the reason for this?
Thank you, Pooja. So let me just take a few minutes to talk about my career because then you will be able to correlate my answers better. I started my career as a developer, and I think Pooja was humbling enough to say that I'm not really that old. But I started maybe where you guys were born, some of you. I started in 94, so which is closing in on 30 years now. And I started as a developer, as a C++ Unix developer. And back in those days, it was a luxury to be a Unix developer. I worked in Texas Instruments. That was my first company. And, still a lot of work used to happen in mainframes. I don't know, just by show of hands, how many of you are working in companies where you're still using mainframes? Only 2-3 people's hands went up. That just tells me that maybe the crowd here is mostly product companies or startups, or even if you are in a large bank, somebody earlier mentioned JPMC, you might be in another team which doesn't do as much legacy work. Having said that, when I started my career, most of the core engineering was still happening in legacy. And so Unix developers were just like now how you are introducing cloud native developers. They were like the cool people. So I had the luxury of having a Sun Microsystems machine with me, and I also had a Windows machine with me. Windows was just starting its journey. I had multiple companies where I worked: Texas Instruments, MCI WorldCom, which is a telecom company. Then I worked in, Amex, American Express, as head of technology. But before that, I worked about 11 years in Microsoft and Amazon combined. But like after first 6 years, I've started moving into leadership roles. When I say leadership roles, back then we had like disciplines of program management, dev, test, production support. It's not like today's world where we have, the engineering heads mostly having entire spectrum experience. In fact, when I was working in Amazon, I used to teach what it means to be a developer at Amazon. And one of the diagrams that I used to have was, in other companies, a typical developer will only do design and development. But here at Amazon, we do end-to-end. And this journey also started only around 2014-ish. I'm talking about before that. In Microsoft, we were still very functionally siloed. So the thing that I wanted to say, and before I jump to your question in specific, when I was in one of my previous firms way back, this is when I moved back to India. I moved back to India in 99. And one of the questions, one of the CEOs I was interacting with in a large town hall asked this question, how many of you have a cell phone right now? I'm talking about 99. If any of you were still like more than a child, can you take a guess on how many hands went up when the question was like 5 years back, how many of you have had a cell phone? So only one hand went up. Okay. So I was the one that said I had a cell phone because I was at that time in US, and my husband insisted that I should carry my cell phone because he was still doing his PhD at Texas A&M, and I shifted to Dallas for my work. So I had to carry my cell phone for his safety because he wanted to be sure I was still alive somewhere on the road. So coming back to it, and then his follow-up question was, in 99, how many of you now have cell phone? And almost everybody's hand went up. And so what his answer was like, we haven't invented technology that we are going to use 5 years down the lane. And in my experience, like I started with C++, I feel like very few languages had the luxury of living for this long. Java is one of them. Python is probably the other one that is surviving for this long. But a lot of other languages that got invented don't exist, like Objective-C. How many of you heard of Objective-C? Quite a few hands. That's really impressive. Smalltalk. Couple of hands. So many languages came in between and went away. The fundamental thing is willingness to learn and continuously reinventing yourself is extremely important. Now, I have been a global CIO for Bank of New York Mellon for corporate technology functions. And this is a large global role because I was leading a 600 people organization spread across New York, Pittsburgh, Chennai, Pune, and Poland. And most of my stakeholders, 4 of them were immediate CEO directs because I was CHRO, Chief Risk Officer, Chief Treasurer, all of these people. And also, this was the first time a global role was sitting out of India. Most of my team, my immediate directs, was based in US. It's very New York heavy. If you've been in a large bank, most of these roles tend to be, and if you're in a large product company, you might be in Bay Area or Seattle. So it's very similar there. And so the point I'm trying to call out is few things. Now I'm sorry, I went all over the board, but I wanted to talk about the barriers now. There's a few things that I have seen that stop or that become inhibitors is, one is that women give up very easily. Like what I mean there is like I had, please don't take me wrong. I want to go back on my words, choice of words. So in Amazon, I had a developer who was working with me and he had a job at that time in Facebook Bay Area. At that time, like 150K or 200K. He was going to move to US within 6 months because the visa processing takes time. He was still an employee in Amazon in India. And even till the last day, he kept on signing up for the most toughest projects. So what I mean there is they don't give up on what they sign up for till the last day. Whereas I see in some women that, you know, the minute they know they're pregnant, they're worried about the project outcomes. So they say, you know, maybe I shouldn't sign up for this. So my biggest ask to you guys is do not give up till the day you leave. Second thing, don't wear job as an accessory. The minute you have shortest of problems, a problem with family or anybody, don't think your job is not mandatory. You have taken a seat in a big institute at the expense of so many other people that could have gotten there. Please take your responsibility wisely. The reason we don't have enough C-suite people, in fact, by the way, I went to Economic Times CIO conclave in India that happened a few years back. It happens every year. I get invited every year. In one of those conclaves, out of the 100 CXOs that were there, I was the only female CIO. It's so unfortunate. So if you don't have equivalent representation, people are not thinking for you. So don't give up until you have to give up. And you will find a way if you have that ambition. I was today reading about a lady who became an IPS officer, 14 years, she got married, 18 years, she had 2 children, and she's already an IPS officer, and she didn't become the first time, it's the 4th attempt. So we have some very inspiring women, not just now, take from Jhansi Lakshmibai, so many other women leaders that fought in this country, they have broken the stereotypes. We have many other people also, but most people are not fitting into that. Most people are going back to stereotypes. So break away from that stereotype, continually learn newer stuff. I always had 10% of time invested in a future job. Last thing I will leave you with, because I think I'm so much running beyond my time, is that one advice I received long back in my career was think big. Now that sounds very easy, very simple. I think in Microsoft, that was one of the values, if I remember. So think big. How you should internalize is our limits are internal in our head. Quite honestly, this is my personal experience that the day I thought to myself that I can become a CIO, things started falling in place. Until that time, I used to be this manager. I had hundreds of people still reporting to me, but I used to be this manager who wanted to really show my own team exceptionally well. I was always like leading fantastic teams, winning big projects. In Microsoft, I built the enterprise data warehouse. I was leading the development team that built the enterprise data warehouse. In fact, I had the unique opportunity to present to Bilgi because until then it was all the reporting warehousing solutions were individual line of business oriented solutions. So when I say think big, I was always like okay to do my team very well, but I wasn't focusing on my enterprise. So think for your enterprise, think for whatever you're doing, how can you raise the game for your peers, for your team at large, and then automatically you will see that you will grow farther, which means that having those difficult conversations with your peers, which we are not usually equipped with. If you are really benevolent and you want to invest in the enterprise, you will be okay to have those difficult conversations with your peers. Also, prepare yourself for 2 levels above your current job and act as if you're already in your next job. So this is an easy advice, but try to see what does it take you to go 2 levels above, but act as if you're already 1 level above, and that's how you get promoted to the next level. It's never because you've done exceptionally well for what you're asked or exceeded that. It's always because you're ready for the next level. Sorry, I went too far.
No, absolutely not. This was so great. And I think, yes, please, let's have a huge round of applause for Bhargavi.
Just to add my 2 cents here,
Yes.
we have heard Megha and Bhargavi speak. And, Megha, if we talk about her, as we all know, that she has come out of her comfort zone and did that thing which not many people, not many women actually have done earlier. Hearing to what Bhargavi had said, that I mean, when the challenges that she had faced and how she overcome the advice that she had received, that had made sure that having someone, having something, somebody like a role model we can look up to, and having them connected, and whenever you get a chance, collaborate, communicate, keep them as your mentors, because they are very much required for all of us. I mean, not just talking about tech, industry agnostic. I mean, go be it anywhere. When you do not have anyone to look up to, people generally get scared and they hold themselves back. So, I mean, that community building is very important. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing that point, Shanta, because I personally have felt this where we always talk about how there are not many women at the senior levels, and it's the power of community that brings us together and makes us realize that there are, and we actually have role models to look up to, like you all. I love the point about thinking big. It sounds easy, but it's not. And when you actually can internalize something like that, then all qualities, the discipline, the resilience, the zeal to do it, it comes with you. So thank you so much, Bhargavi. Now, talking about that, communities have a huge role to play in all of this. And Bhavani, you've been working really extensively with CNCF, and you've been trying to get women to be part of these communities and empower them through it. But we all go to community events, we all attend it, and as soon as we get the opportunity to do a speaker, we do that too. But how do you suggest that we actually, as an individual part of these communities, make an impact and amplify the impact, amplify whatever is being said to actually empower women and get them to achieve big?
With respect to this, so I have been to the women in CNCF as an organizer, and so I have been active in CNCF Hyderabad community from the month it gets started active here. So the first reason I started coming to the all the events is like being a DevOps engineer. So I do work on cloud native technologies and mostly on Kubernetes, and so whatever the solutions that we try to implement in organizations will somehow, like, I get to know about the other projects, how we can implement that, and that's my major intention when I started joining the community. With my experience, if you attend the meetups, like what happens is today I got to learn about many things with respect to security, and you keep on learning new things which you don't know. even though you don't implement it, but you somehow relate it, yes, that specific project does this. So maybe in future at some point of your career, that will help you to implement that idea within your work. So community is something which helps you within your career, implementing those solutions. Also, you'll meet a lot of great people here. And so all the community members of CNCF is very helpful, and their journeys will definitely motivate you. And something like if you have some technical problem also, they will answer you, and their paths and their journeys will inspire you. And that's how you can see a community. It will give you a technical expertise and technical learning, and you can see other people who are doing many things through the communities, how they're doing it. So I got to know a lot of people through the CNCF community, and I always felt like how they're doing it. And but one thing I see, wherever like I attend meetups, I see the less participation of women. Today I feel a little better, but I see few more women faces here. But like whenever I just go for monthly meet, hardly see like 2 3 people. And I felt like we should promote women in this community. And with that, like we started through women in CNCF, giving a workshops and giving a technical talks. Your journey will be always inspirational to someone. If you are passionate about doing best in your career, you will definitely be in that position. So and you always feel that ups and lows in that career. And at that point you might think like, I need some push, or like I need someone who can tell me like what's the right way to do it. And so there is a situation like when I felt the same thing, and I was just literally reached out to Bhargavi Sunkara ma'am. And so at that time she doesn't even know me, but she met with me, and she guided me like how, how can you be more productive, and how can you aim big. And that is very important. Like, so you see, if you see yourself at a very higher level, you keep on working hard to achieve that. If you just think like, okay, I'll do job and let it happen, that it you won't be that passionate and that goal oriented person. So communities will give you that energy. When you meet a lot of like-minded people, their suggestions will definitely help you. You can be technically expertise. And I'm a very much interested to be a speaker. Like when I attend events, I always see people like, so when I'll get an I should pursue this somehow. And today, I'm sitting with all these people, and this is my first time in this kind of a big event speaking. It's kind of very much inspirational journey for myself. And sitting beside my inspiration is my another feel of a great moment for me. So yeah, everyone can do it. It's all you need is that passion. And you have to, if you are passionate, even though you are a woman, even though you have multiple responsibilities, you can make it. So I can't travel outside, but I choose to attend the local meetups whenever I have time. And whatever the workshops that we do it through Women in CNCF is virtual, so you can attend it from anywhere. So that's what we are trying to do. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Bhavani, for that answer. We're so glad you're here, and we hope you speak in more events as you like to. Now, as we talked about it, for us to empower women, I think three things are the most important. First, yourself and your mindset, which Bhargavi ma'am kindly talked about, that we need to change our mindset. We need to have that resilience. And then we talked about communities in society, and how we as peers empower women. But I think the third most important thing is the organizations that they work for. So Shanta, I would direct this question to you. How do you think companies can better support women? Because we see women's careers is not exactly like a man's, right? Sometimes they have more responsibilities, things like pregnancy, career breaks due to family. So how do you think companies can do better and support women better?
Sure, that's a very broad and a very good question. I mean, very prevalent in the industry where we particularly are in. So, few things depends. I mean, when any woman goes on a career break, mostly we take it for granted that she might be getting married, or she might be traveling abroad with maybe her spouse, or she might be on a maternity leave or taking a break to, maybe she's the primary caregiver and she needs to be at home and put something on the less priority list and take care of things that she has. So there are multiple reasons why women generally go on a career break, but that is more or less taken as if it's a sin. It basically starts with not having that bias when we invite them back to work, when we are posting something on the job board or the company portal. I mean, if you see, when recruiters see a career graph, don't just talk to them and belittle them for taking that break. Talk to them and try to understand why they took that gap. And if there, I mean, there should be a valid reason why someone uh, who's already in the workforce decides to go out of it. So talk to them. If there's the skill set that the company needs and she already has it, there's no point not hiring her. So it basically starts with the screening, and then coming to this unconscious bias which people have. We need to combat that as well. So generally, I mean, gender irrespective, it could be from men, it could be from women. So when there's a role that has come up and a person who is just come from a maternity break or from any kind of a break for that matter, they just take it for granted. She has a kid, she might not be able to do that, or she might not be able to travel because she has a small kid with her. So that should not be the point. At least talk to her, let her take that decision. Don't just think that, okay, this is something that we think is or should have been, and that is the reason. That is not the case. And sometimes when people, when they even join the workforce, after joining it, there is some skill gap. So organizations should tailor their training sessions and something that caters to the people who have come back from the gap and the skill sets that are required for that role. So that way you are empowering them, you're feeling them, you're making them feel that they're valued, their contributions are valued, and people do not necessarily feel that she's back from a gap and she's anything less than anyone in the workforce. Maybe, yeah.
Thank you so much, Shanta. That was a great answer. I think you guys did that, so we stop. Okay, our time is up, but thank you so much, first of all, Atul, for coordinating this, for organizing this, and yeah, you. And this was my good fortune that I'm here with all these ladies with such enormous impact and experience. And if there is one thing that you want to take away from this panel, I think as a woman, it would be to, as Bhargavi ma'am said, think big and don't be at rest. Prepare yourself for the next role already and act like you are in it. And I see a lot more men than I see women. Then I'm so happy that you are here listening to something like this. So I have faith that you are going to be great supporters in your sisters, your wives, your mothers' lives, and empowering them not just in their profession but even in their personal life in whatever way they feel empowered. So thank you so much. I would like you to applaud yourself for being here, and to our wonderful speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Please be there. We'll be giving you mementos. We all felt moved by listening to each one of you. As we give away the mementos, please keep clapping. Please have a huge round of applause for everyone. And we'll also be having wonderful photograph. You can just show your goodies or maybe now we can have a huge round of applause for all of them. Wow. We all felt moved by your discussions and we didn't really want to show this times up, but it is what it is. Thank you so much. Moving on, now we have a session by Vani and Tapan. I think they are already here. So
वो लैपटॉप
शेयर को निकाल शेयर निकाल So with this, now it's time to start with our session. I welcome Vani and Tapan on the stage. So here are your mics. Have a huge round of applause for both of them.
Hello everyone, I'm Tapan and I'm joined by Vani for the session on securing containers, preventing data leaks via log lines. We are very excited to share our insights into security and we want to inspire from this session on how we can actually create a development environment and the workflow which is more secure when it comes to log lines. Before we get started, I just wanted to set the expectations from our session. So first of all the views and opinions that we share, they are all ours and are not affiliated by our employers, past or present. Secondly, we will be sharing a lot of general practices, best practices, some of the information and solutions as part of the presentation. Everyone is free to use them as per your choice. However, as most of the engineering solutions apply, there are trade-offs for different solutions. So you need to be more diligent in terms of evaluating the solution per your use case and then only apply. So more specifically true for production environment. And lastly, like in terms of solution, so we are here to actually provide a solution around securing the log lines, and we'll cover a variety of solution and an approach to build the solution. So you are free to, apply the approach and build your own in-house solution, or you can actually buy a proprietary solution for it. Now,
I want to actually share why we are here and what brought two of us together to give this talk. First of all, both of us have worked in the cybersecurity industry for the last 3-4 years. And as part of our day job, we had been actually creating enterprise scale solutions, which are securing large scale enterprise in terms of their data protection, as well as protecting any kind of data leaks or preventing bad data to come into the network. So as part of our day job, we have learned few insights and we want to share our learning with you. And secondly, we are driven by values. There are two specific values that I want to share. First is simplicity in terms of professional value. For any solution, we want to actually make it simple to share and which is easy to actually bake into an in-house solution and tailor it up to your own use case. And secondly, the second value that I want to share is our commitment to security. So both Vani and I had been actually active bug hunters on Google. Like recently, we actually found few security vulnerability in Google products, particularly in the Google collaborative space. And we have a knack for these kind of things, and we want to share them across to make the digital way of life more secure. Now let me walk you through the timeline for the session for the next 20 minutes or so. First of all, we would want to share the core of the problem statement, which is around the significance of security of the log lines, specifically around when it comes to what kind of data we should be logging and what kind of data we should not be logging, how we should store the logs, how we should actually make them actually travels across the network, basically logs in transit and logs at rest. Then we will actually come to solutioning. We will cover some proactive solutioning, that is the preventive measures, and we'll also come to the reactive measures. Then after we will cover some of the trade-offs between the two approaches, and you need to decide on the use case basis and the scale of the project or the organization, which solution is best tailored for your. And over the solution casing, we would actually cover some of the capabilities of CASB, which not only covers the security of log lines particularly. CASB is a wider topic, and we will cover it in a nutshell and how it actually works internally. And lastly, of course, like we will be open for any discussion. We will be around during the conference, and if somebody is interested, we will have an extended talk.
So before we understand the security risks of logging sensitive data and how to secure your log lines, let's learn about Bob's journey, and through his story we'll understand that why is it so important to secure your log lines. So imagine that you work in a fintech startup and your team hires Bob, a budding engineer, to make some changes in the existing data and payments flow. So Bob is just like regular guy, right? Like each one of us. But one important thing that he lacks is the security mindset. So Bob jumps up straight to his assignment, and let's see how Bob does. So Bob is almost done with his changes and he's about to release them to production. And to make sure his changes are working and all of the fields are getting populated, he decides to log them. So he adds in his logs, he adds credit card numbers, IP addresses, transaction IDs, and some information like that. After all, these are just variables, right? What harm can they do? So with this mindset, Bob pushes them to production, and then let's see what happens. So the next fine day, Bob receives multiple messages and emails from his managers and team members. Now, Bob thought that they might be reaching out to him because he has done such a good job, right? And that on his first assignment, a dream of every new joinee. But to Bob's surprise, because of his log lines that he added, there was a massive data breach and security breach in his organization. So Bob rushes to office, and then he sees that this data breach got discovered due to the central monitoring system that they had in his team. So to deal with this breach, as the first step, Bob jumps out and changes the log lines that he had there, and he completely removes them. But when he went to remove those log lines, he saw that there's not only one, but multiple log lines sitting out there. which can cause security breach next, because they all had some sort of sensitive information, and even some information that like the hackers can do some good with those data, but we don't realize it yet, right? So Bob jumps into this rabbit hole, and but as the rabbit hole deepens, so does his problems. So meanwhile, Bob was, deleting those log lines. His team was doing an impact assessment of the data breach that they had, and realizing that they could face massive legal repercussions and financial damages. The weight of that breach brought down the morale and productivity of the team, because they were all sad. Like, just because of Bob's one change, they had to face this issue. Yeah but finally they acknowledged that overall it was their fault, that they all lacked security mindset, and they didn't have good practices when it came to code reviewing and dealing with those long lines. So to prevent these sort of security breaches and data leaks, they decided that they should research about the existing solutions that are there in the market, and also maybe build something in house. So let's see, what do they research about?
Thanks, Vani, for covering the story around Bob. I'm sure nobody wants to be in the spot where Bob is right now. So let's actually dive deeper into the solutioning. First of all, let me cover what not to do, which is we should not be logging any kind of sensitive information. When it comes to sensitive information, there are different categories of information, whether it could be personal information, it could be financial, health data. There are different categories of information that we categorize them as sensitive. We should never be logging sensitive information at all. Now, per se, the problem is not just logging the sensitive information. The issue happens when there is a security breach. When somebody who who should not have the access, get access to that information and misuse it. So that is where the core impact happens. But before that also, like even if there is no security breach, there are data protection laws in place like GDPR for which organizations need to comply. And if any of these security breach or logging breach happens, organization is in direct violation of such data protection laws, and they need to pay in billions and millions. And it is not just the monetary loss. Overall, the organization actually loses their trust from the customers, their brand value deteriorates, and it is very harmful for the organization overall. Now, when it comes to logging, what happens is log data actually increases the attack surface. When we are logging something, it can be shared across for auditing purposes. Like as developers, when we are troubleshooting, we tend to share some log snippets. So the data is actually being copied in an immutable sense, and that increases the attack surface. You would never know where that information is going across. Now, what to do? How to actually make sure that we are logging correctly? So there are 4 pillars that I want to cover. Although it is not the entire verbose best practices, but they are, I think, in my opinion, the most important ones. Firstly, as I mentioned, we should have zero tolerance for logging any kind of sensitive information. Secondly, whenever we are storing any kind of data, whether it is personal information, any kind of financial information, we should ensure that we are encrypting it with the right standards, whether we are storing it or it is in transit. Thirdly, whatever access we give for the logs, we should have a process for it, and only the right users should have the access to it. And fourthly, despite all these best practices, there could still be some leaks. So auditing helps us in ensuring that we are actually following all the best practices. And of course, it also helps if there is a third party who is doing auditing, we are doing it proactively. So auditing is also one of the most important pillar in my opinion. Now, why are we talking about logging today, specifically for containers? Why it is important for modern applications more than it was for legacy applications? First of all, it was important from day zero, but it is all the more important right now because the way we deploy applications has changed in the last decade or so. Now we are deploying applications through containers. in the before the containerization boom happened, we used to deploy on servers, and the logs used to be contained within the server and then exported. There were physical boundaries because they were on-premise infrastructure that actually prevented unauthorized access to those particular logs. However, in today's world, there are centralized solutions for monitoring, and all the telemetry data goes to a centralized system. What happens is these are very convenient, and they have their own merits. However, they also increases the attack surface. When it is very convenient to give access to Grafana, you will give access with lesser security in place. So that is why it is more important today than it was earlier. Then right now we also have more third-party integrations than earlier. They've like with the like most of the servers, most of the applications, they are dependent on the third-party applications as well. And of course, as I mentioned, organizations need to comply with some data protection laws. And these data protection laws are recently new in the picture, which were not present or not so much stringent 2 decades before. So now over to Vani to actually dive deeper into the solutioning phase.
Yeah. Yeah. So talking on the lines of modern applications, the recent trends in the SaaS application growth has shown that it is an ever-growing market with almost 20% of market growth for the next 5 years. And with the early adoption and rise of adoption in the remote work after the pandemic, so the SaaS application usage has increased and skyrocketed from a mere 71% in 2018 to almost 95% just last year. So with this massive adoption, we are just left to wonder that what happens to our data that goes into the SaaS applications and how is it being secured? So talking about data in SaaS applications, currently there are two types of data that we generate. The one that we users generate. We generate data in the form of text messages, emails, files that we share with our colleagues when we message on Slack, we send emails on Gmail, we upload our files on AWS, Azure, GCP, Google Drive, and on these file sharing platforms. So the data that we humans generate, it is very unpredictable due to the human nature. But the data, it is hard to predict what sort of data we'll generate. But its scale also depends on the organization that we are part of. Bigger the organization, the more users they'll have, and the data they generate will be, increasing multifold. Also, engineers like us, we write code, right? Which is also a very important piece of data for our organization. So the data and the code that we write. So what do you think? Like what sort of data do these applications generate that we write on day-to-day basis? Can anybody guess? Like what sort of data these applications generate that we work on? Yeah, so it's the topic of today. So they generate logs. And logs, on the other hand, even though they are dynamic in nature, but they are predictable because we are the only ones who add these log lines. So if a code goes through a particular flow, we can expect the log lines that we would be seeing on the central monitoring system, right? So talking about the data security now. So the data that we generate for SaaS applications, currently it is being secured by CASB, which is Cloud Access Security Broker. In very simpler terms, CASB sits as a third-party broker and secures our data when we access the cloud. So any data that, let's say, if your organization is using CASB right now, so any data that you generate, let's say text messages on Microsoft Teams, or you send any emails or files, all of that is being scanned by CASB. And not only it protects our data, it also makes sure that we are, our organization is complying to the data protection laws that we have in place. And it makes sure that we are protective against any sort of cybersecurity threats. And it also makes sure that it prevents data loss as well. Currently, market leaders like Netscope, Zscaler, Palo Alto Networks have CASB solutions in place. So now we reach to the part where we talk about the proactive solutions to secure your log lines. First and foremost, as Tapan suggested before, that the security mindset of securing logs has 4 pillars. So it is very important that we make sure that these security practices are embedded in our engineering culture. strict code reviews, auditing in pre-prod environments. These are some of the very important steps to root out and weed out the log lines that may leak sensitive data out there. But along with this, what you can do is, if you have less data complexity, you can create custom loggers. So custom loggers are supported by programming languages such as Java and Python. So using these custom loggers, you can mask the data that comes up. Let's say you accidentally log PAN numbers or credit card numbers. But if you have these rules in place to redact or mask those data based on regular expressions, then you can save yourself from data breaches. I'll show you a demo of how the log lines look when you use a custom logger to log these lines. So as you can see, we have PAN numbers here, but since we use them, we used a utility to log them out, they are coming in a masked form. So even if we accidentally log out these data, we are still safe from any data breach or security breach, because we know that this data is coming out in a masked form. But there is a demerit to proactive approaches, because as and when the data complexity grows, the number of custom logger rules that you might have, it would be growing multifold. And at one times it gets very difficult to keep a tab on the rules that there are. So in that case, what you can do is you can move towards some reactive approaches, and along with it, it also causes inefficiencies, because log lines are real time in nature. But if we go through some custom loggers, so it would hinder that efficient nature of logs, and it would cause some performance penalties.
Thanks, Vani, for covering the proactive approach. Now let me go dive into the reactive approach and why it is very important. So one of the points that Vani raised was Caspi is kind of a broker in between that is actually kind of filtering the data. It is actually scanning the data whether there is sensitive information present or not. It may or may not allow and can allow the data to bypass, and it can raise some incidents based on the data policies that are set. Data policies could be, like whether we could have PAN numbers, Aadhaar numbers, it could be social security number. All these are different kinds of data policies, and some of the data policies can be actually created using regular expressions. For example, the PAN number example that Vani mentioned, we can actually create a very simple regex to mask PAN numbers whenever we find such data. But as the data is growing, there is latency involved. And when we depend on a third-party broker, for example, in this case, Caspi, there will be more latency. Logging is particularly useful for real-time monitoring, and we want to get the log lines within the same second at least. We cannot afford a latency of few seconds, and then, okay, if there is some data violation, it doesn't come. So the solution that we should have is there could be some kind of proactive solution till a certain extent when the data complexity is within manageable approach. And if it is growing manifold, then we need to switch to the reactive approach in favor of the latency and the performance of the application logs. When it comes to reactive data security, the thing is, I think everyone might agree that reactive is kind of bad, probably in some sense that, okay, something has already happened, now we are fixing the situation. But just bear with me, we can actually make this solution better. And how we can do it is by making it systematical and follow a certain process. We can have it have the reactive approach in an iteration wherein we have a continuous reactive scanning for the logs, and all of this is happening in pre-prod environments and not in the production environments. So your latency particularly matters a lot in production and not that much in non-prod environments. So we can set up a pipeline for logging wherein we are streaming the logs to the Caspi solutions for the non-prod environment, and it will create the data incidents. This actually ensures that we are catching all the log lines which are logging sensitive information without creating any latency. And it is kind of it fits very well in this case because the data patterns are dependent on the code. They won't change in the production environment. The values could change, but the regular expression that are actually deciding them will not change. So it is actually a good solution for non-prod environment but we need to make them continuously, for we can integrate them within the CI/CD pipeline, or we can have a, like, depending on the project that you are working on, if it has ad hoc pipeline, we could integrate it there. Let me show a mock example where we have created a mock CASB solution which sits in between the application and the centralized logging solution. So the application is logging PAN numbers, just like the earlier example where Vani showed that the PAN numbers are masked. But in this case, the PAN numbers are not masked. Is it visible to everyone? I think it is the resolution, but the in this particular example, yeah, is it better now? So it is the similar application which is logging PAN numbers, but it is not following a reactive approach. What it means is it is not masking the PAN numbers, and those PAN numbers will indeed go to a centralized logging solution, for example, Grafana, Splunk, whatever you are using, and people can actually see that, okay, some sensitive information is being logged. However, there is an integrated CASB solution in place, which is monitoring the log lines, and it will generate the incidents like this on over the dashboard. So you can actually monitor that there are data incidents being generated in the non-prod environment, and all the information could be actually logged, that which log line or which application is logging the sensitive information. We can then proactively fix those log lines and prevent any data leaks in the production environment. Now, let me conclude by comparing the two approaches, the proactive and the reactive approach. First of all, as I mentioned, proactive approach is best suitable when the data complexity is slightly manageable. We are just starting off. Anyone doing just a semi-serious project can also build a very simple custom logger. And there are filters, like different programming languages support this kind of concept in different ways. There could be logging filters. You could create a wrapper around the logger, different kind of concepts. But in a nutshell, it is just masking the content based on some regular expression or policies. So proactive approach is good when the data complexity is manageable, and it will catch all the incidents well before any leak happens. However, reactive approach can be implemented in such a way that it is kind of a proactive solution, if you see, because it is in a non-prod environment and you are getting the merits of all the proactive solution that we discussed. With that, I would like to conclude our talk, and I hope you guys found this interesting. And our goal was to actually inspire a security mindset, and I hope nobody is going into the position of Bob from tomorrow. We would like to connect with you, and if somebody is interested to discuss more, we are here around and we will like to chat about it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Vani and Tapan. It was really curiosity-driven session. So now I request Chandra to give away the memento to Vani. We can keep clapping for Vani. Now next we have in line it's Tapan. So I request Chandra to give away memento to Tapan also. Yeah, have a round of applause for Tapan too. Your session really left us much to ponder upon. So thank you so much once again. Now, how many of you have seen Money Heist? Money Heist? So many are there. So today we have next speaker in line who will be talking about preventing bank heists and its different angles. So please help me welcome Varun on the stage.
Hey folks, hello. Lot of interesting sessions going on. Thanks for joining me on my session on preventing bank heist and AI takeovers in Kubernetes, a security tale. I tried to put in as many as keywords and buzzwords I could so that I could attract all you all here. A bit about myself. I am a maintainer and tech lead for KubeArmor. It's a CNCF sandbox project. We have applied for incubation. I work as a software engineer at Aquinox. We have been talking about AI from the morning. There have been multiple talks surrounding AI. How many of you have used, like, consumed AI? I'm assuming everyone, right? That's good. How many of you have locally deployed an AI model and tried to train it? That's a good count. How many of you have locally deployed or on production deployed AI workloads on Kubernetes? That's quite a few. That's good. So with this is a generic architecture of what AI workloads look like on Kubernetes. You have your models from Hugging Face, you have your local ML models, you have ChatGPT Stable Diffusion APIs, you host them in a jump host, or you can directly mount them into the NFS server, S3 storage. They go as a PVC or storage containers inside Kubernetes clusters and orchestrated through Kubeflow, Kserve. And then you have access to them through notebooks like Jupyter Notebooks, Google Colab, as well as inference engines using PyTorch and a lot of other toolings. This is a lot of things. You have a lot of moving parts in this, and you get confused with all of the moving parts as well. But just the moving parts are not the source of confusion. Now you need to think about securing all these moving parts as well. And that's a lot of task. So just to break it down, we will talk about securing later. Let's do something fun. Let's rob a bank. We have two robbers trying to rob a bank vault. The bank vault has a lot of money and they are targeting that. That's what we will set the pretext with. They went into the vault, they found the money, they're happy. But what you didn't know was the robbers were not there to steal the money. They were there to burn them. What can you do now? Even if the police is there, they cannot do anything. The money is already lost. Even if they arrest the robbers now, the robbers did their task. They were there to burn the money, and that's what they were successful at that. And the bank, whatever stakeholders of bank are, they are all unhappy that, okay, we lost the money. But what if in a future 2050, you have CCTVs cameras who could automatically know what's going wrong. And then those CCTV cameras are shooting lasers to the robbers. They are automatically activating the traps. This is what the last talk as well covered, proactive security. You have inline security and you have the robbers stop them and then and there themselves. Even if they had the intention to steal the money or just burn the money, it does not matter. They were just prevented from doing anything like that. So you don't need to worry about the intentions of anyone malicious in general. So we prevented a bank heist. Let's carry that to AI workloads now. You don't want your AI workload from turning good chitty to bad chitty just because someone changed the AI chip and now you have your AI workloads turn evil. With carrying on the analogy of bank robbers, you don't want someone sneaking into your vault and changing the switch from the good chip to bad chip. Now your AI is misbehaving and all of your workloads are impacted. So we'll go back to the architecture again and I try to identify what could be the source of these attack vectors. You have untrusted models executing in these inference engines and notebooks. You are downloading models from Hugging Face. Local ML models could be modified in anywhere. You have all other sources as well. So primary attack vector is that you are running untrusted models. Then there's a possibility of data poisoning because you are loading these attack vectors inside the NFS server or S3, and then they are moving to PVC or storage containers. That's an attack vector as well. What if someone attacks at this point or this point and modifies the data? So that's a data poisoning attack vector. And the other things are inference engines and notebooks allow remote code execution essentially. So you have an open attack vector of container breakouts and escapes, and they could always move laterally and cause damage to your organization. So how do we secure them? The first point is that you establish validation and provenance for deploying these models in your cluster. This could be Hugging Face has its trust score, which can help you validate things. You have established, so like you can use OCI like you can push your models as a OCI artifacts today. So those OCI artifacts now you can use like signing and verification using SIG because they support all sorts of OCI artifacts. They can be, you can use them to validate before deploying them in your Kubernetes cluster. But that's all before all of this was deployed in the cluster. What if you have the attack vectors at the runtime itself? At runtime, you have notebooks, inference engines, the jump host itself where you're mounting the models from. These are always running. And what if, as I said, the data poisoning attacks can happen any day. You can have any attacker, or attackers are always looking for ways to, looking for all the gaps they can. So there's a need to secure all these entities as well. We'll take a single example from that. We'll check out the Google notebooks. How many of you here have used Jupyter Notebooks or Google Colab? Nice. So if you all know, essentially you are able to write random Python commands in that. Or hell, you can use standard Linux commands as well using python.exec maybe. So that's a source of remote code executions. So what if now the Jupyter Notebook that you hosted, one of your user is just going ahead and doing a kill all command. Your application is going to restart and you have downtime, or they can do anything like that. So that's a source of attack vectors. How do we prevent them? Because this is happening at runtime. So just to give a scope of what kind of attack vectors and threat models exist, you have remote code injection. You have unauthorized access to remote trusted entities. You have a lot of data exfiltration. You have, so these kind of attacks can happen in your Jupyter Notebooks. I've taken Jupyter Notebooks because I wanted to scope in what kind of attack vectors can happen. But all of these carry to any kinds of notebooks, be it Google Colab or R or VS Code, all kinds of code spaces that you host. They are essentially allowing you to execute anything. And all of your data is mounted as a PVC as well. So what if now someone is trying to do something malicious to that PVC through your, like the remote code that you allowed to be executed? So that's something we want to try to prevent. And I want to introduce you to KubeArmor for that. KubeArmor is a cloud native security, runtime security inference system. So what it does at the end is that you can deny anything like process execution, file accesses, and network operation at a system or a container level. For context, we'll apply a policy. We will explore a policy which can help you prevent the type of attacks that I talked about. So this is a sample KubeArmor policy. We applied that. It needs to be applied on app equal to Jupyter Hub. Jupyter Hub, the notebook that we have been talking about. Now we have limited that. Inside the Jupyter Hub, you have user local bin Python. So Python, at the end, you are executing Python code in there, right? So you are allowing Python to access network. You don't want someone to go into your binary and start doing apt install, pkAd. They can install anything at that. So this is a whitelist policy because you can see action allow. So you're only allowing network to Python binary. So there's still a possibility that you can execute curl like any HTTP request from Python, but we have started to limit your attack from here itself, because now at this point you can not use the standard package manager. Now we will explore a bit more. We have marked user local bin, and user directory only. So what this means is that anything inside those directory won't be able to modify it. So what the attacker does at first is that it downloads the binary, moves into a user local bin or bin directory, changes its date to something like 500 days ago, so that you cannot detect that, okay, something new was installed. You will see that something from 500 days is already existing. So your static security checks don't mark it as a red flag. So that's the kind of thing. This can prevent that, because now you are marking this as read only. You don't really need to install anything new. containers package everything themselves. So this covers that attack vector as well. And finally, you may say that what if they execute it from temp directory? It's easy to execute any shell, right? You just do // and name of the binary. But at the end, what we are doing is we have a process match directories as well. We are only allowing execution from user local bin, user bin, and bin directory. So this way, we have reduced what can be executed. We have reduced that wherever it can be made, executed from, nothing is modified in there. And finally, the network access is limited. So now even if you install an arbitrary binary here, it won't be affected. So after applying the policy, as I said, unknown binaries are not allowed, write to binary are not allowed. Users can still read or write through like their data folders and all the things, but whatever is sensitive for you is still secure. That was the attack vector from Jupyter Notebooks. So this is something Jupyter Hub themselves recommend as well. They have a discourse forum where they talk about how to secure their home directories on configurations, but all of this is achievable through this policy itself. Now they talk about using AppArmor, SELinux, but KubeArmor simplifies it through because you don't want to attach AppArmor policies to your production workloads, because today workloads are very ephemeral in nature. You can have your workloads running on ARM GPUs. Ampere-based machines are very cheaper. So everyone is trying to migrate to Ampere-based architecture as well, or any like AWS, Graviton, all the entities from cloud provider. ARM in general has been cheaper. Or you are not using Ubuntu-based machine at all. You are using a RHEL machine. Then AppArmor will fail. So you now need SELinux. All that complexity under the hood is managed by KubeArmor. You don't need to worry about that. You're defining it in a declarative way. At the end, I want so and so to be used. And that's all. At the under hood, all of the system level thing is managed by KubeArmor itself. So after applying the policy, we already talked about this. So let's next talk about GPUs. GPUs, anybody has been fed up with the cost of GPUs that, like if you launch a AWS or GCP machine with, if you have a standard machine, it's probably $70, $60 a month. Now you have a GPU machine costing $1,000 a month. Suddenly you have a lot of, and just to experiment, that's a lot of money to pay just for experimentation. So you need to be concerned about your usage of GPUs as well. And recently there have been a lot of attacks on GPUs themselves. So there have been cryptojacking attacks using TeamTNT, NVIDIA drivers. They are attacking on NVIDIA drivers. They are attacking on Kubeflow instances. They have Kubernetes cluster in place. So all these attacks are going to ask you, like they are going to increase the cost of your GPU. On the other side, they can do a lot of things when they have access to GPUs. They can probably use their shared objects to manipulate your GPU, like hamper your GPU executions of other training models as well, not just hogging themselves. So let's see what we can do to secure this. This is under the hood architecture of how GPUs work with Docker. And similar things happen with containerd, CRI-O, or all other container runtimes as well. You have the Docker daemon, which has an NVIDIA container runtime stream, and runc initiates your. So like the Docker entry point you have is all executed here. But now NVIDIA is injecting its own private container library files inside the container as well, which you are able to access through the NVIDIA toolkit that you imported in the CUDA that you imported in your application. But how is this helping? Because now this is inside a container. As we talked about securing files in Jupyter Notebooks, we can use the same principles here as well. So let's take an example of now this policy. So in general, what I'm doing is I've blocked access to userlib NVIDIA. So no one can access my library files in NVIDIA. So I have set read only to so that no one can modify it. And in general, action is blocked, so no one can write to it as well. And when you try to access it from Python as well, because there's a read-only flag, the Python files itself cannot modify it, but they can still, because I wanted to, there was a policy created for a Python application, I've allowed Python execution, but it can be any arbitrary application. If you're using Go or whatever is the name of your application, you can specify that. So this way, you're restricting access to the library file itself. which is your entry point for interacting with the GPU using QBarber. Outside of that, you can also do a block list of like popular crypto miners like XMRig, Monero. But this is a never-ending list. You can have someone can modify the name of the binary to something else, and this won't work. So it's always to go better to go with the zero trust approach. So some takeaways from the talk. So Kubernetes has been rising for AI development. People are not worrying about the operations of AI and ML models. They are using the already established orchestration framework from Kubernetes. But because it's running at a scale now, you need to understand the attack vectors. It's very important to know what you are running. So establishing validation and provenance is also important at the same time. You can secure against RC using runtime security policies, saying what can be executed, what can not. So that way, even if someone does RC, they cannot do anything outside of what you are expecting from. You have data fencing in inference engines. It works on the same principles of what we did with Jupyter Notebook policy. And finally, you need to protect GPU accesses so that you can prevent attacks like crypto mining. So that's all. Thank you. And I'm open to questions. This is QBarber.QR code. You can check out the QBarber project here. Please give us a star. You can join our Slack community. We are always active there. We can discuss about AI use cases. And this is my personal website. You can find my socials here. Happy to connect. Any questions?
We can have one question. Anyone would like to ask?
Cool. I'll be around to catch up with me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Varun. I request Chandra to go on the stage and hand over the memento to Varun. Have a huge round of applause for Varun for presenting his session to us. Thank you once again. Now we'll be having short break, as there is any software won't be without any bugs. Evenings will also be without any chai and biscuits. So please, let's reconvene here by 4:45. It's 15 minutes break. You can see chai is outside. So please go and network with people around. Go to the booths, sponsor booths, and enjoy your tea.
isolated from any other. So, and another thing done by the CNI when a pod is created is configuring all the routing rules. So, as I said before, so Kubernetes comes in. So, if I give a definition for the CNI, CNI is a specification and set of libraries for configuring networking interfaces in Linux containers. Some commonly used network interface CNIs are Flannel, Calico, Cilium, WaveNet, like that. So there are main 4 operations done by CNIs: add operation, delete, version, and check. Add operation is done when a new pod is created. So when a new pod is created, as I said before, it allocates an IP address for the pod, and also it creates a virtual Ethernet pair. So I'm going to describe a little bit more about this factor. So virtual Ethernet pair or VERT pair is a concept in Linux network that can be used to connect two network namespaces together. So with the VERT pair, we connect this network network namespace to the CBR0, the custom bridge. So we know in networking, bridge is used to connect devices in the same network. It's just like a switch in physical networking. So with bridge, we connect these pods together, and we have 2 nodes here. So these 2 nodes are connected using a gateway. So gateway is basically used to connect 2 different networks together. So as I said before, the CNI also does this IP routing tables, setting the routing tables and all that. And that's what's done in add operation. And in delete operation, it reverses all the things done in add operation. So it basically deallocates the IP addresses and all that. So version operation is there to check the actual version of CNIs and all that. And also the check operation is there to check whether the CNI is configured correctly, the network configurations. So the network address translation. This is very useful to enable the communication between nodes. So actually the NAT maps multiple private addresses within a local network into a single public IP address before transferring data into the external network. So here, within a node, we have a local network. So when traffic goes out from the node, we apply these NAT rules. So with that, Kubernetes enables communication between nodes. So services, if I give a definition for the service, like a service actually, it gives a consistent and abstract way to access the pods. It basically hides all the backend implementation from the client who is accessing the cluster. So actually, the Kubernetes network services provide stable networking and load balancing for the pods. You know, pods are ephemeral. That IP address of a pod can be changed anytime. But service has got a constant DNS name and an IP address that can be used. So that's basically the services. So there are 4 kinds of services mainly. So we have cluster IP, node port, load balancer, and external name. So the internal communication or the cluster IP. So under internal communication, we are going to look at the cluster IP service type. It basically exposes the service on an internal cluster IP address. So this makes that the service is reachable only within the cluster. So the cluster IP type of services enhances the internal load balancing and secure the access to the cluster. Okay, So external access. Under that, we are going to look at node port and the load balancer. So let's look at the node port first. So we know the ports are scattered in different nodes. The service should route traffic to those ports. So with node port, what we do is we expose the service on the same port of each selected node in the cluster. So here you can see we have the service, and from each node we have exposed the service with port 3000. This kind of services are very usable for testing, but can't be recommended to use in production environments because of the direct access. Other type is load balancer. So it basically creates an external load balancer in the cloud provider and assigns a fixed external IP to the service. So if the application is traffic intensive and like it gives high traffic, so load balancer type of service is recommended to use. So service endpoints. So Kubernetes maintains a list of endpoints that match the service selector. So for example here, there is a service named foo, and we have a selector app:foo. That means it's going to route the traffic only to the ports who have this label, app::foo. So there are 5 ports, and 3 have this label matching. So we have the endpoints object, we keep it, we have the service name there, and also the port on which the service is running, and also we have listed the IP addresses of the ports which match to which the service is going to route traffic to. So these endpoints are used by the kube proxy to create the routing rules. Another concept which is useful in networking is ingress and ingress controller. So here with ingress controllers, we can manage the external traffic to services within a Kubernetes cluster. So they basically provide a way to expose the HTTP and HTTPS routes from outside the cluster to services running inside the cluster. So basically an ingress is a Kubernetes resource that defines rules for routing the external HTTP traffic to the services within the cluster. So it includes information like host names, paths, backend services to which the traffic routed to. For example, we have here the ingress resource, and we have, this is example LAML, where we have set up all the routing rules here. So ingress controllers, as I said, with ingress controllers, we can fulfill those routing rules. So the ingress controllers should implement those routing rules in the cluster. So it's basically a daemon that listens to the Kubernetes API server for updates, and when there are changes for the resources, it updates the load balancer, reverse proxies, and all that to implement those rules. Okay, so as I said, in Kubernetes networking model, all pods should be able to communicate with each other. But it's not the case all the time that we need many times it's not the case that we need to block accessing some pods by some other pods, and we want to limit the access to some other pods. So with that can be done with network policies. So with network policies, we can deny all ingress and egress traffic by default, or we can allow traffic only between certain pods, and we can allow ingress traffic only from certain IP blocks, and also we can limit egress traffic to the specific external IPs. So that can be also done with several CNIs. So DNS in Kubernetes, with DNS service, we can basically map these service names into service IPs. So we have CoreDNS running, which is the default DNS server for the Kubernetes. It runs as a cluster add-on and provides a DNS name resolution to the cluster. So I built a whole story with IP version 4, but we know there can be, so as we progress, we need to support IP version 6 as well. So enabling dual stack networking will be must. So we can do that with the CNI as well. So with dual stack, we can, the workloads have flexibility to use either IP version 4 or IP version 6. And also applications can incrementally migrate from IP version 4 to 6. And also dual stack networking enables IP version 6 only workloads to run when needed. So as I said, I work in a product called Choreo. So it is an internal developer platform. We extended our network with Cilium. With that, we could improve a lot in networking aspects. We improved our networking performance, like we could get transparent encryption with WireGuard. And also we could go to sidecarless service mesh support. And we could...
Workloads that was running on that cluster was hacked. So for those who have not used dashboard, it is a UI-based tool that will allow you to see the pod status, check the pod logs, see config map, secret. So basically, it's a very useful tool for those who are not comfortable with kubectl commands. So the overview of this incident is Tesla's dashboard was breached by hackers and was later used for crypto mining and other purposes. So this incident is pretty famous, and even Tesla justified it happened, and the damage for them was minimal as they were able to react quickly as possible. Let us try to analyze what went wrong with Tesla in this case and what are the learnings for us. So first thing is the dashboard was exposed to internet and was easily available to everyone. So this made hackers to get hold of it very easily. So second thing was, once the hackers got hold of the dashboard, they literally had all the permissions to perform any operations on that cluster. If they wanted to delete a prod application pod, they were able to do it. If they wanted to view a secret object, actually they did that. One of the secret had the AWS secret access key, and they easily got hold of it. So what is the remedy for this? What we can do from our side to avoid such kind of incidents? First thing is, please expose your dashboard using cluster IP servers. This is much better than a load balancer because no one from internet can access your dashboard. If you want to view the workloads, please do a port forward, and you can easily access that in your browser. It's much secure. Second thing is, please use proper roles and role binding defined for the dashboard. So my kind of suggestion is have complete read-only access to dev and non-staging environments, and zero access to prod-related workloads. So even if hackers get hold of your dashboard, he or she will not able to do or mess up with your prod application. So if anyone is using a dashboard in your project and not following these best practices, please make the changes as soon as possible. So the second example is not actually an incident, but it is something that is happening in front of our eyes, and very less people are aware of it. So it is about malicious images in Docker Hub. So Docker Hub, as we know, it allows us to push our own images and pull any images from it. That is where exactly the problem lies. We can pull any images from Docker Hub and run it in our cluster. So I got two pictures with me. On the left, I'm not sure if it is visible. So it says there are 10,000 available repos in Docker Hub, but the actual count is 15 million as of 2022. So, but if you select the Docker official images and verified images, the count drastically reduces to 176. 176 images out of 15 million repos. So that means only 0.001 repos in Docker Hub are trusted and verified.
This difference is insane. Just imagine someone who is new to Docker pulls a malicious image and runs it in his cluster. There are high chances that that image might contain a malware and they could easily get access to the host system. So now you might ask, are these kind of things even possible, or have these happened in the past? The answer is yes. So there's a very interesting article from JFrog that happened very recently, 2024, that said over 4.6 million of repos in Docker Hub did not contain any images, imageless repos. They only had a detailed description about a certain product with some malicious links to their website, etc. They also gave example of this repo that had a description about a certain medical pill. Upon clicking the link and then visiting their website, and then if you enter your card details, it will be stolen very easily. But now, thanks to Docker Hub, most of these imageless repos have been cleaned very recently, 2 months back. But still, just these kind of things can happen to us in future if we are not careful and aware of it. Second example is also from the same research from JFrog that said over 30 to 35 images in Docker Hub had the potential to perform crypto mining activities in your host machine. So if you just pull the image and then run it in your machine, that can do crypto mining. Even the hackers were so clever enough to add multiple tags to cover a wide range of audience because not everyone has the same host configurations. So what we can do from our side to pull safer images in Docker Hub? First thing is, it is always a best practice to use tools like Trivy to do some vulnerability scanning. Trivy can also be incorporated in your CI/CD pipelines. It's a very handy tool. Second one is always use Docker official image, the tag, the image that has this tag. And if you are writing your own Docker file, please make sure that you use a distoless image as a base image. So what is distoless image? It contains very minimal utilities so that the attack surface is very less. And always a best practice to use admission controllers like OPA or image policy webhook that will restrict the creation of pod if someone tries to create a pod, if someone tries to pull images from a malicious repo. I hope you had some good key takeaways from this talk. I know security in Kubernetes is not something that can be explained in 10 minutes. In fact, security is something that makes Kubernetes more complex, but if it is not used in the right way, it can lead into various disastrous consequences. So thank you for listening to my talk. If you want to say hi or talk to me, please connect with me in LinkedIn. I'll be just around there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prithvi. Now I request Chandra to give away the memento, please. Thank you so much once again. Please have a round of applause for him. I'm thinking to kidnap him for just to ask discounts on Mercedes if you have. Thank you so much. So I think we can wrap up, right? It's done. And what is that? Yes, it's so what's there now? Winners announcements for different. I think there were a couple of contests. So just let's wait for 2-3 minutes. We have few people from track 2. They will be coming up here and grabbing your seats. So if anyone would like to share their feedback about today's session or whatever they liked, whatever they didn't like, please raise your hand and Mike will be with you. Is anyone there who would like to share your feedback or any incident that you have talked with your friend here, or might be you fixed a production bug right in the conference? Any hands going up? Maybe sir. So maybe, sir, would you like to talk about? Yes, you only. Uh, I remember you were part of I mean, Kubernetes birthday bash. At that time, we heard so many things from you. So I thought of just pitching you in. Okay, okay. Anyone else would like to talk? Especially, I would like to hear from non-Hyderabadis. Anyone out there? Those who are not staying here, non-Hyderabadis. Yeah, I can see one hand. Okay, you would like to talk? Yes. Amir Khan is here, so please give a big hand to Amir Khan.
Hi. So actually, I'm from Indore. I just shifted to Hyderabad. I'm working for Splunk and as a DevOps engineer. Okay, so this is my first KCD. This is the first technical talk which I've attended so far in my IT career. It was a great experience. Just a feedback. Please don't get me wrong. Okay, please try to include the demo and hands-on sessions in the beginning so that more of the people can attend. That's the only thing which I have to say. Otherwise, great session. Thank you. Thanks for all the learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your feedback, and we'll surely try to incorporate this. Anyone else would like to talk? Yeah, we have here.
I have two comments actually. So I am Ram Surendra. The sections are very good actually. So say for example 11:30 to 11:40, and the same section, I mean different sections are in the track 2 also. So you should give 5 minutes break actually, right? And I don't find any link for the to get the content. So it will be good if you provide me the content so any sections, right? So you have long sections from morning to evening. I didn't get the links actually. So it will be good if you provide that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for this input. We'll surely try to incorporate this also. Many times it depends on author's permission. So once we get that, we'll try to present this to you. Anyone who, would like to talk? So now we'll be moving on. Okay, okay, okay. So would you like to have something?
Yeah, I mean, I know we have been delayed for a few minutes or maybe a few hours. The session, the session on the 7th floor is getting over in like another couple of minutes. So we'll have that team join here, and then we would be announcing the winners for the giveaway. So we had a visitor booth. So all of you who visited a booth and got it stamped and put it in that box. So we'll do that. And then all the people who attended sessions and tweeted about it. So we'll be giving away CK and CK80 vouchers for them. Hopefully, they take up the exams and learn more about Kubernetes. So just a couple of minutes before we start with the final things. Yeah, thank you.
So as we have some time, in your registration kit, you might have seen one notepad. Is it? It's there, right? So now please take out that notepad and you have to write your name. And it's kind of networking activity. Write your name, and if you'd like to share your LinkedIn handles or Twitter handles, just write it down and share it with your who is just beside you, or you can just stand up and go back and give that to anyone. So it would be a kind of networking activity. So please at least try to grab 5 new networks today with this activity.
Do we have him here? Prakhar Agarwal. Prakhar Agarwal 1. Prakhar Agarwal 2. Prakhar Agarwal 3. Out. Moving on to the next one. Ma'am. Ma'am is very choosy, huh? Okay. So, Rajiv Kumar Mahato. Do we have the person here? Great. So we have had 2 and we need 2 more, right? So we'll check with them. Yeah. Shake vigorously and choose. Go in the depths of the box and find the thing. Yeah. She's actually doing it pretty seriously. Great. Rusha Sahu. Yeah, ma'am, please get on stage. Great. Thank you, sir. Okay, moving on to the last person. I'll go to the last row, the last benches. Yeah. Please. Pick it up properly. Yeah. Murli Krishna Gudi Waka. Great. Can you please go on the stage, please? So yeah, we are done with all the 4 winners whom we had to choose. Guys, can you please go on the stage? And can I request Gavin to please come up and give them their special prizes? Yes. Let's go. Yeah, can we have a huge round of applause? They actually walked a lot of steps going from one booth to the other. It's not a short path. I'm sure 5K, 6K steps they would have done. So I'm sure they deserve this. Probably they can spend lesser time in typing now. Cool. So we'll move on to the next and the last giveaway segment for the day. What we had said at the beginning of the event was that while we want you to visit the booths, while we want you to, network with everyone else, we also wanted you to attend sessions. We had carefully choose a lot of sessions here, which were from different areas. You had DevOps, you had Kubernetes, you have AI, you had WASM. So we did our best to choose sessions that would, appeal to the masses. And here the exercise was that you attend the session, click photos, tag the speaker, tag KCD Hyderabad, hashtag, put on Twitter, right? So what my team did, we have a team of 10 volunteers. Their only task was to go through the Twitter feed, figure out the hashtag, and see who has tagged us for the sessions and for the photos, right? So I have, sorry? No, we are not replacing humans. So we are not using AI here. Also, AI is not free anymore. So cool. So we had a team do the analysis, and while we thought we would put up all the tweets here, we don't have them. But I'm sure I'm trusting them that they have figured out. So I have 5 names here. I'll call out these 5 Twitter handles. What I want you all to do is, I'll probably reach out to you one-on-one after the event as well, and we'll take your email IDs and we'll mail you the vouchers. I think that's the best way to redeem it. So I'll go on with the first Twitter handle that I have is Gandham Pavana. GANDHAMPAVANAA. Great. Thank you so much. I'll reach out to you after this, for an email ID and do it. And I hope you make the full use of this exam voucher. It comes with one retake. By the way, how many of you are CK or CKAD certified already? I'm feeling scared. I have not done any of these. Kubernetes is Difficult. Great. The next person is Gyan Vardhan, VRDHNGYAN. Okay. Big round of applause for Gyan. I think you are traveling from Delhi, right? And is this your first KCD? Great. I mean, he has hit a jackpot. Moving on to the third handle that I have, it is Senz Kriti. Quite a trendy name. SENZ KRITI. Big round of applause for Kriti. The next name is Talk with Murtaza. Great, congratulations, Talk with Murtaza. You win yourself a CKAD voucher. And the last name that's there on my list is Dipanshi05. Great, congratulations. Thank you so much. So all of you, just probably stay back, or I'll reach out to you on the next steps. Okay, we'll figure that out. So okay, so what I'll do is, I think we also need a photo op, right? You want to tell people that you have won yourself something, right? Just get on a stage, we'll take a quick photograph. We'll send it to you so that you can share that, hey, I won a voucher, right? So Pawan, Gyan, Sanskriti, Murtaza, Dipanshi. Quick. On the stage for a photo.
Held only 4 finally.
No, 5. Dipanshi, Murtaza, Sanskriti, Gyan, Pawan.
Okay. If you want, I can collect the email IDs right away.
Yeah, we'll figure. No, not now. We'll figure out. Yeah. Great, huge round of applause for all of them. I think they did attend a lot of sessions, and thank you so much. I think you also made the event more insightful and also made the speakers more heard of. So thank you again, and you will be getting your vouchers, and all the best. Make sure when you clear your exam, do tag KCD Hyderabad, please. Yeah, great. Thank you so much. So with that, we come to the end of KCD Hyderabad, the first KCD. I won't take much time in thanking you, obviously because we are indebted to all of you. I'll pass on the mic to Rohit, who's one of the other co-organizers who has been instrumental in doing this. So to give closing remarks, and then we all can probably disperse.
Hey all, good evening. Hope you all enjoyed the day. I will not take much time. Probably I'll just take maximum of 3-4 minutes. Thanks for being such a nice audience. So I'm glad I had the opportunity to be a part of this volunteering and organizing team alongside Atul and other guys. I'm very passionate about community, and I strongly feel that a strong and vibrant community always helps in societies to evolve and progress. And that's how communities have been built for ages, whether it's a tech community or whether it's a community in a village or whether it's a group of people coming together to solve problems or whatever it is. The civilization story itself is mapped to how communities were formed and structured and evolved. So that's my core passion, and that's what brings me here. So when I started getting into CNCF Hyderabad, we wanted to keep it neutral. We wanted to keep it free and open, wherein a lot of beginners can come, express themselves, start to becoming more extroverts. So Atul and me always used to go into these meetups thinking, even if one person comes and goes back with some benefit, the meetup is a success, right? So it doesn't need to be like if 80 people are turning out in the meetup, I'm not looking at if all the 80 people are getting benefited. If we can turn one introvert into an extrovert, and if it can just help him go out and talk to people and start building a network, is what our agenda was. And that's how we started doing meetups, and that's what I loved, and that's why I enjoyed doing all those meetups with Atul. So yeah, KCD story, we kind of started some 9 months ago. So initially it was tough to get a date. Then we had to tell the CNCF Foundation that Hyderabad is a vibrant community. We're competing with Bangalore and all those things. So they had a Cubicon and all. They said the date is not possible. We said, if you're not giving, then you're probably missing the opportunity. Hyderabad is not missing a KCD. Probably the CNCF is going to miss a vibrant KCD that's going to happen, is what the pitch was from Atul, me and Vinith. And that's how we kind of backed this date. So a lot of effort went into this. I wanted to start by thanking Atul and Chetan, who were the co-organizers. And we had Chindu, who has been nowhere connected to this whole community, but he has been doing all these designs. Every design that you've seen here has been done by a very close friend of ours called Chendu. A big clap to him. Unfortunately, he didn't come here today. And then I had my colleague Gavin here who took care of all the sponsor initiatives. Big round of applause for him as well. Nagababu, Kapil, Chandra, Babu, both Raghus, Satyajit, Alim, Karthik, Tarun, Nitanshu, Harshaja, my wife that's here, Vineet, Guru Simhar, Kavya Sri from Babu's daughter, all of them were volunteering, and they were all here yesterday night till 1, 2, and they turned up again back in the morning at 7. Thanks to all of them. Thanks to KCD, I also did my longest run this year, kind of it. Like in the last 20 years, I took 30,000 steps. And last but not the least, without sponsor, this event would have not been possible. Thanks to our title sponsor NPCI, our gold sponsors Prodivance, Devtron, and Manage Engine 24/7 Zoho. And then we had 4 bronze sponsors: Loft, Grafana Labs, Uto, Dragonfly, and then we have a couple of startup sponsors, Trust One and RazorOps. So thanks to all of them, they have been very kind. And without their support, this could have not been such a vendor neutral event. If you have seen, there were many talks that were not sponsored talks. So a big round of applause and thanks to them, because a sponsor has to be very sensible enough to understand, to give the freedom to organizers to make it a vendor neutral event. And that's what happened today. And thanks to our speakers. So, right. And this is the vibrancy of community, right? When you do events like this, speakers don't get paid. Speakers have to put their own travel. They have to travel across cities. They have to put their flight tickets and come here and do this. And in the end, sometimes, the session is cut by 5 minutes. I don't know how they feel when something like that happens. And we have seen speakers flying in from other countries as well today. So glad that all of them were here. We were very pleased to host you all. Hope you all had an amazing experience as well. Thanks so much for being kind enough, and supporting the whole thing. I just wanted to take 2 more stats, before I conclude. We got 190 submissions for talks, close to 190. That was a record. So by far, the largest submissions for any KCD in the world. For a first KCD. And community events mean they are very risky. So Kalyan, I think, was here a while ago, has done PyCon. Is Kalyan here? Yeah. So someone who's done PyCon kind of events will understand what it means to do open source events, because these are risky. Whoever is leading the event, the organizers basically take the responsibility. They take the risk of, if the event is a failure, they take the risk, right? So it's not that easy for them to kind of pull off something like this. So again, a big round of applause for all the organizing team, for putting together something like this and, making it a good event. We set a really high bar. We felt we didn't meet it. Hope, it didn't kind of create any inconvenience to you. If in any, way, if we caused any inconvenience to you, we sincerely apologize for that. And we really look forward to kind of seeing you all at our monthly meetups. CNCF Hyderabad should grow, and we would love to kind of host you in our monthly meetups. That's it. Sorry if I've missed any names, but thanks for being so patient. Yes, so I missed Pratmesh and Deepti's name because I wrote them separately. I wanted to talk and I forgot. So last week we met, we were thinking of who will do this entire day, of kind of putting up with the crowd like this, right? So sometimes it's tough because crowds, you have been a great audience, no doubt about it, but sometimes it's tough to kind of engage audience. I was like, Atul, I know Atul and me would be busy. I was like, who would do it? And, sometimes when, the world aligns to kind of get things done, so these things happen. So Pratmesh randomly dropped in and said, I want to do this in a meetup, in the most recent meetup. And thanks so much, Pratmesh. Big round of applause for him. He was very patient, kind, and calm. And when we organizers kind of mess up the whole schedule, right? So, they have to put up a sorry face in front of the audience. And I think he was kind of taking that role today. Thanks so much. And Deepti as well. I don't know if she's here. Thanks so much, Deepti. You're a rock star. And thanks, everyone. Have a great Saturday evening. Thanks for all, coming on a weekend. Enjoy the weekend. Party hard.
The volunteers, please.